Ja, das ist schon eine Kea, was on the 70 scale. Ja, das ist ein Rollins Monkey, man steht zwischen der See, der Schadi, die Zent Aheim, Kaden, alle auch jetzt zwischen des. Also, nur da ist nicht Hachi, nicht schlau, ich weiß nicht, das haben wir das jetzt, dort kann man das schon alle. Ein steht, Shonto, chapter president, steht, also, N.O.S.T. Ts'ah, Oljato, Ts'ah, Shonto, Ts'ah, chapters, N.O.S.T, Regional Council, Equity, Oljato sponsored today. I was only at school quite earlier, the principal. I was surprised to see the principal, Miss Monitor, Heather Monitor. Usually, principal, but this is at school with quite a really man, catch, maybe this man, number, but I don't know. They have been on tables and calling about the chairs, restroom go. You need to use the restroom, it's to your right, very close to the door on the left side again. Yeah, just restroom. Should be check her house, so you check on Naatsis'aan. They have some children ask oh, it's preschool level, so I kind of have sparrows at the boarding school, as a boarding school, as a national crowd, I understand. Today was only a local cuisine at the Shonto, Naatsis'aan, Oljato, Oljato. You have a presentation sheet, that's what to my right, Mr. Bill Curley, he's our Secretary of Treasury. He'll be introducing and then Council Delegate Mr. Herman Daniels Jr. Akado, the Kunza, well, they're not making a talk, and that is not the team that goes next normal. Naatsis'aan, Ts'ah, I don't talk, and that. Kodo 8 members so far of Kodo, and I was in person meeting. Any DOJ email me that the council, teleconference given halako with no the passed by we can't put it into effect until Title 26 the lands known like development. So we can't do virtual meetings. And meaning that the members have to be present here, and it can't be, your votes won't count if you're on Zoom. So you have to be present to vote. That's not, even if that I was on chat officials on the Senate. So, in honor of that, we still need to respect the nomination laws. So, it could go, I'll give the mic to Mr. Bill Curry.
So good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming in today. Curly and Internet touching Shonto is Chin as this couple of Chido Hanamani National and Sheffield. Tapikin, Arizona, that's where I'm from. The Tapikin Secretary Treasurer and the NOST Secretary. So that's who I am, and thank you.
Yeah, honor. Not actually, yeah. I don't know the NOS region for all the not actually for all the NOS region chapters for all the another time for all for all yeah for all the Mr. President for all Mr. Small King. I don't know for all Sicily for all people all the NOS for all خبر أولياء ما تدور في هذا أي زيد خبر كده إنجيل نعم أنا بدو خانو يهاجي شو بدو أشياء هذه نسخة وعشان صوص بدو ناسس شيء عشان خانو يهاجو أنا شان هذا شان هذا يستي أنا سبي كنا شلونه ده ما بلتخنا أجو أنا تكون نستز أجو إنيش نريزل إيش إنيش هذا يستي أنا كلو relationship itu as anin lagi built in that case clinical kalo Navajo County Board of Supervisors kalo da sui kalo Mr. Nali kalo here kalo da honorable Piazzi case da ko kalo da mai si papa here ne ko not ani basta ko I see hashin so Okay, Mr. Antiba, thank you for coming. Thank you. Oh, bedoel, iets is bedoel, Herman Daniels Jr. Is I don't and study it, Annie. It's Annie's a lot like that, on it. Wala ide ya hoti de, I don't live in leisure, so James Heavy, so but Annie take care, I don't know. So there's a one I'm not, which is the principal litigate that هذا شيء اسمه عشان أيام حتى الزمن أي بحتى الزمن ده بلاقي سيفتي إيه بتشريجي ده I see أشهد يكاي وبتعني شو تلنا أشهد ده نيجي ده ودي تجيء بدو نخاف أنا وكان أروح جت هو بيسألنا لا بس ما نستأخذ إذا كان بدو نروح president لني شو بدو teaching Hannah son of Lati Jodo. Kokodo Edha, Hebrew Ani, and Shelly Kodo, the 4 chapters, Naatsis'aan, Oljato, Shonto, Tapikin. Kodo Edha, Naganash, Kodo Edha, Zande. I think it's a thousand single Kodo introduction, right? I think about Jesus. Reading a sheet and then issuing Kodo, Asian Aviation, or Legible. Yeah, Kodo, Mr. President, thank you.
Okay, yeah, could before we're waiting for quorum reports to get open, I'd like to call on, but once we get quorum, we'll go to the agenda and then we'll go from there. No, while we're waiting, Chloe, reports, Shomanta Badenshaft, Supervisor Benatti.
Shiyahaj Ado Donut Position Ado Response on Chief Honorable Delegate Daniels. So the NOST President Shiyahaj. Alo kung saan kehamsin kehat. Alo do shamas niki ya fern benali das tunan zislichi de nasha. Alo twitter chain in Shonto and a bush chain it's funny dash chain. Alo the chain nationality das sanin shek. Alo Navajo County Board of Supervisors District 1 Niki, Kodo, Ashe Hotsone, Ado Kujabundi, Tudineshe, which Ado Chichili Kudo Shampoo, Ado Naatsis'aan, the Shto, Tapikin Sistico. So I try to assist them as much as I can. So the chapter 7 in the Western Agency, Alo 3 in Chimley Agency. So the Shadow will be partition lands, it's not a big mountain or legend, so it's Sergeant. Alo the city of Winslow, the Shannon Shkodlo, Ado Yatehnan, Kishneke Hakon, Ado Tikat Nahtin, Dodan Chin Hanen, it's El Negro, weather effect, oil, Oshland. And say, and I get a chick at not, and I don't want to get chick away and make this Romanjo on the Shan, or I hear what that's. So, Abba, Naatsis'aan ya Juno na Sunday to done the Alvino Geheki Aloshe ya Nana Sa Ladina de Nene Edi Nana Dole Amat Ed Chisto Todo Chiambe Adasiado Nancy Lincoln and the Homoni Edo Dao I Lido Dinio Kahatani Ado Chinati Yodato Danike. Ado January 7th, Ita Naatsis'aan that week we helped some chapters with Cinder. You write me a letter and that's how we send those out. We sent some truckloads of Cinder out and then spread by the help of NDOT and BIA or your own chapter. Adochana ha Tolochian Ado Javo Yat Dole. Ado Kumbasi BIA do NDOT 18 and they play. Ado the Kaya Ade Tata they need you later greater dog Pending how those study no Shabela not other bedal Alligates as we change it young and the other the happy now should have a jay which out last 10 day or lazy again. Because of the tribal sovereignty, we have to request, and I did send in information that there was emergency declaration updated. It's still in effect from the nation, but there's no proportionate. Henry McGay, Western BIA roads, Margie McGay, Western Agency and Dot Planner. The make a chapter, and I tried to remember. If I didn't send you one, I'm sorry, I couldn't find your email address. I'll put in there on the chapter, so which is coal impacted community grant from APS to SRP. Auto a peso days then Sundays in the law. Even in Chris Pastor is our economic development director, Navajo County, though, 31st, 9 a.m. Township, at their conference center, will have a little workshop for you to ask questions and see how this grant will work out for your community. It's $25,000 for a project, or you can use it for a leverage fund for a bigger project that you're looking at. Chapter must do the writing, and Mr. Pastores and myself will give you guidance to write the application for your chapter. The funds are limited, and they will be allocated, granted, until the money is gone. So take advantage of it. You don't have to submit just one. You can do 3, 4 if you want, and the one or two might look better to the SRP or the APS, and they will accept that. They might select that one. Ako ibili na iya ado asa ako project area. Do several of them. 3 or 4 will be good. Although this next grant application deadline is on April 15, 2023. Supposed to be 2024. Although the monkey I wrote where the application is, so you can access the link and look at it beforehand, before the class, so you can ask questions. Although the next thing is, we did go down to the 56th legislature on the 28th with Governor Hobbs giving her state of the state address. Some of the items she touched on were water, K-12 education, and higher education. Higher education, she said she'd like to have medical schools at all the 3 universities. So that means NAU and ASU will start that housing affordability. Middle class housing, but healthcare, address the budget deficit. So they're saying it's going to be about $2 billion budget deficit for 2024 and 2025. I saw the real numbers is only about 1.7 billion, but it's still a lot. Other workforce development on the Shiki and other subjects she touched on. There were a lot of indigenous leaders to meet with the senators and the representatives. We did total 3 of us, District 1, 2, and 3. We went down there, got to meet with Myron Sosi, Ray Peshakai, Teresa Hatahi to give her our priority lists. And Shonto said, not Shonto, Mr. Sosi said he would address the Shonto roundabout plans and the Bird Springs floods and Kayenta fire building. So Nicole Resky is our tribal liaison, and she's trying to set up meetings for us because 30 minutes wasn't enough time. I don't think February, where the supervisors and administration will be traveling to Washington, D.C. For the National Association of Counties annual conference. We're encouraging voter registration is encouraged. Winslow Levy has received 15 million of the 20 million from the Arizona State Legislature. So this fourth quarter, they will get another 5 million to total 20. And we did talk with the representatives and legislatures and request that they don't draw back, because that's really important for the safety of Winslow, and then hopefully the downstream to Bird Springs, the Army Corps is working with the community to redo the bridge, and N.O.S.T is building the road in 71 coming nearby Bird Springs, and it's pavement. So the river crossing, the bridges, there are two bridges, they get really high. I guess the chapter officials, when they were young, they used to play volleyball underneath there. And now you can't even play volleyball underneath there. It's even lower than this table. It floods the area. So we're looking at that, and then although the last mile, Navajo County Middle Mile project is going through permitting. The design is complete, and groundbreaking is planned for April 23, 2024. And then the completion of the middle mile is slated for July 2025. So although Navajo County Transportation Director and Tribal Liaison, they're fully on board, and they have their roads going with District 1, District 2, and District 5. So they're working hard, especially Evelina, because she needs to look at a lot of roads. And I do look at your roads, go drive around, only the system roads though. I don't go to the residential roads. Last week, I went to check out the Shonto roads, and they take care of their roads really well. I'm grateful. And those of you that take care of your roads and also your residential roads, we really, really appreciate that. Although if there's a need, let me know, and also let Evelina know. Although chapter needs to be like setting up a meeting or other needs will be Nicole. She's the tribal relations liaison. Although thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening to my report. I'm sure these guys are grateful. They always are. NOST President Shadin Ani.
Okay, Shema. Yeah, okay, supervisor, county supervisor, Mr. Davis, we had close communication with her. Oh, brother, welcome to the meetings, Curly. Tippah City Regional Health. As in that, and the Ajit Hasita. Thank you for your attendance. Any questions tonight? Then.
So I'm requested to ask one thing.
Okay.
Although I had consciousness show Sani got that same chappy the ashe. Of course, chappy nabi. I'm running again to be the Navajo County Board of Supervisor in District 1, Naatsis'aan. Although the initial Chicago job I gave them the
Okay. Thank you. I have a quorum here. Johnny, I'll do the roll call. Just he's busy, so I'll do the roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Present. Naatsis'aan chapter officials, President Patricia Blackhorn, and Vice President Lee Bacon.
Good morning, it's Patricia. Sorry.
Madam President, she's president, but she's on Zoom, so it has to be in person. So you count, your votes won't count. Vacant, the vice president, it's vacant. Madam Secretary Treasurer, Shade Hosatabs, Ella Javidon. Nana Bevan, Russell Smallkin, not here. Going to Oljato chapter. Willis McGee, great story of East Side. So, fans are watching. Mayor Vice President, Jean Holiday, Sue.
I'm present. I'm listening in.
Okay, thank you. So we won't count you as president, but you're on Zoom. Madam Secretary, Mariana Bedoni.
Present.
Thank you, she's here in person. Benedict Daniels. They didn't match quite now, so Shonto Community Governments, President Rollins Mulcahy, the home, and President. Madam Vice President, Marsha Briaz. She's President in the audience. She's Mr. Secretary Treasurer, she's Robert Keith Black Jr. He's President in the audience. Ts'ah chapter, Shada, Madam President, Geraldine Chi.
Here.
Thank you, she's in the audience. Adonana, Mr. Vice President, Chance N.O.S.T. And so, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, Bill Curley.
Here.
Is here. Adonana, Bevan, Happy JBK. None. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, 8. We'll snap out in 9 of this. We have quorum. Okay, growth agenda to the cup. Maybe I'll call the meeting to order at 10:12 a.m. The next item on the agenda, invocation, usually sponsoring chapter give us a lot of Mr. President, I'll call that chapter official.
Marietta Bedoni Manchieto, the chapter secretary, Oljato chapter secretary and treasurer. Kikachi Gino between Bashashin, Arotsanji Kin Edashito, Kina on Edishman. Yeah, Ade Kamagani, not Ani from council delegate, Auto chapter representatives, Dole County representatives, Auto Navajo Nation representatives that are online, Naatsis'aan. Ako Oljato Yaniki Ministry Arundana Kuro to self citizen that had this Corruption knowledge and motion directly to God. Kuro to solve the Kadoko in the Hiva Knowledge Kona. Kona's regional council meeting area Kombin Ehi Krimiko. The Kushi, the Sabeka Nadi, I come with us, so I ought to have come Baby hati kaidole aro inda kon jopa in zemidi kon sabeta no di tayo ke di kon de ba no da asli da de ko around Hannah that Nadi and Lady Mona Cloud Echo Sadia So, Shia that Echo Landa Igli, the Bata had the big speech around the Hala Kidana Joba Ins and Con, Shadow Baby Kidney in as a gay con, make this level. Because around a team got and the kind of young has Kedo around Salak Soda and the Nido, Arosamada on versus the lake and the Shigi, the Yak Eho the Kadana Eho you can't remember what the only can have the street on it. I don't because it doesn't eat all the family that they don't because it doesn't eat all it. I don't Navajo all call meeting and they you don't want the elementary school call adults that call teachers don't staff and when you go the other house is what they found those that they have building be it all Shadow bed that these things are true that Hagi Kona. But our sort of never had sleep and they I think they best Joshua sleep or they Joshua sleep, Joshua sleep, Joshua sleep, Joshua sleep.
Yes, to crowd, that's what it is, and then open it, and they clear of it. Oh, Mr. Wills, we gave you here, his presence. Called agenda of Wakanda, but I like to recognize the veterans. Can you raise your hand or stand up and make veterans again? Okay. I see Marine. Thought you have something?
Actually, quite a lot. Yeah, not a lot. I should, I don't think, I don't, Shri, Ray, Shantore, Shivadini, Diego, I Anish. Which is not sent actually, she is done as she goes, but she is which does the same or the goals that she has. I don't know, I'm actually, Ani, when you go to start, you are going to use on Irish kid on it. Budget the plan operations source, not source. I think it's balanced and the short portrait, then you get added or we need it is the agent in that party with it. All finance and the leadership, it is agent agent the nature. Because the plan operations, so I think that as a future in which we will represent a in or even a or not really is not an addition so it will go in it has it has very unrated and so I don't think I think that's even in what's the time
Thank you. Thank you, staff, on identifying me. Our plan of operation again, the core of the equip vision believe they're elected officials, yeah. So it's worth looking into, and they'll or certified chapters are different type of governments, yeah. So I believe we can look at that and consider it. probably, DOJ's input on it. So, it's done, Karen, I think you. So, thank you for your service to veterans last night. Just asked two men, because most of them, they were veterans, and I highly respect all the veterans. Could all next item on the agenda, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Secretary, change that agenda.
We have agendas up here, so if you guys want to take a look at that, it's fine. It's also being shared on the live here. NOST Regional Council meeting Saturday, January 27, 2024 at 9 a.m. hosted by Oljato chapter. 1, meeting called order. 2, roll call. 3 is invocation, review. Number 4 is review and adopt the agenda. Number 5 is nomination for NOST Vice President. 6 is review, approval of the last meeting minutes for October 7, 2023. We have reports from the government leadership. We have reports from the NOST chapter presidents. Moving on to 9, we have presentations and presenters. Number 1 is going to be the NOST Region ARPA Project Update, Division of Community Development. Number 2 is NOST Region Transportation Update on the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. Number 3 is the Pylon Plain Canyon Mine Uranium Haul Route by Leona Morgan, advocate. And then number 4 is the LHV Substation Presentation, SEDC, Arlene Ed, Board Chair. Number 5 is the Shonto Pump Station Power Plant Presentation by Paul Manson. Number 6 is Clean Energy Pipeline Project Presentation by Greenview. And then moving on to resolutions, 10. Resolution number NOST 2024-027-001, approving and supporting the Navajo Nation Council legislation 0255-23 and action relating to the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of the Navajo Nation Council's resolution of number CO-85-23, an act amending Title 26 of the Navajo Nation Code to allow for virtual attendance at chapter meetings with amendments to include all agency and regional council meetings. Sponsored by the Topeka chapter. Number 2 is resolution number NOST 2024-027-002, approving and supporting the updates to the NOST Regional Council Plan of Operation and requesting the approval of the Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, sponsored by the NOST Secretary. Number 3 is resolution number NOST 2024-027-003, support legislation 0221-23, amending resolution RDCAU-32-20, rescinding resolution number RDCB-105-18, and approving the grant of right-of-way and lease to Arcadian Infocom to rescind the Navajo Nation's consent to the development rights provision, sponsored by Nina Fowler. Number 4, resolution NOST 2024-027-004, opposition to uranium mining operation and hauling through Navajo Nation boundaries, and demands the Navajo Nation President, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Arizona Governor, state legislators, and Arizona Department of Transportation to take immediate action in shutting down the proposed mining operation, sponsored by the NOST Secretary. Resolution number 5, NOST 2024-27-005, approving and supporting the economic development through Shonto Pump Station Hydro Power Project, sponsored by Paul Manson. Number 6 and number 7 are to be determined. The next regional council meeting for FY24 is Saturday, April 6, 2024. will be hosted by Shonto Community Governance Chapter number 12. You have the NOST meetings announcements, which is the NOST meetings for Saturday, April 6, 2024, Shonto Community Governance, and Saturday, July 6, 2024, Ts'ah Chapter. The upcoming meetings to be determined Naatsis'aan chapter planning meeting, and then the Naatsis'aan regular meeting are to be determined. The Oljato chapter planning meeting is the Wednesday, January 10, 2024, right? Or was it the February? February 10th, 2024, and February 24th, 2024 for the regular meeting. Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 for at 5 p.m. for the Shonto Community Governance Executive Planning Board. And then Sunday, February 18th, 2024 at 1 p.m. for the Shonto Community Governance Council in Ts'ah. Monday, February 5th, 2024 at 10 a.m. with Ts'ah Chapter Planning Meeting. And then the 12th is the chapter regular meeting. Adjournment, and then signed by Della Curley.
Thank you. Shita, hello, agenda. Each get into the record. Hello, motion. Each carol, council. Okay. Motion by Mr. Willis McGee. President McGee. I'll need a second. Let's shut it. Geraldine Chi. Could you just are there any additions or deletions or questions or comments? Mr. Black.
Morning, Chair. Secretary Treasurer. For the agenda item under presentation, Green View just told me that they won't be able to make today's presentation. Be here.
Okay, thank you. President McGee.
Oljato. So we pick up the resolution which is sent from the acting CSC, Government Social. NOST Region Emergency Operation Plan, request for trouble. Say something else. Yeah, I need something to you about that.
Thank you, President McGee. Okay, you go ahead, Shah. Okay, that'll be number 6, resolution number 6. Any questions or comments, or have you like?
Shay, the new Seattle Supervisor Julie District 4 in Nova Scotia. I just wanted to announce that agenda should exist the legal balance of that was the announced shop and the shop of the usual audit with this report this. It is that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Could there be any other comments, questions? I don't hear any, so let's put the motion to vote. Just the people that are in the audience, those that are present here, I'll call you out. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Although Naatsis'aan chapter the Ms. Shada L.R.J. Downey, how do you vote? Although Oljato chapter Willis, President McGee.
In favor.
Shitsu Maria Downey. Shonto Community Governance, Chair as a vote, so Madam Vice President, Marsha Riaz, how do you vote? So, Chair Robert K. Black Jr. Green. Oh, so we can they, Shada Geraldine G, how do you vote?
Green.
Oh, Shada Bill. Green. Thank you. One, two, three. Eight, eight in favor, zero opposed. They closing that bench. Any abstentions? So the motion carries. All five. Yeah, fair enough, even fair, we included this on our agenda. Naatsis'aan Vice President, Ms. Arlene Pino, Vice President, then she resigned. So, we need to replace our NOST Vice President. At this time, we'd like to vote for, let the council vote for the Vice President. So nomination of the, Mr.
Nomination open.
Yeah, nomination is open now.
I nominate Alvin Kelly for Vice President.
Nomination, do you accept? Yes, Gina. Any other? Okay. Okay, Robert opening, Robert picked, Ella, and then closed by Madam Vice President. Then, so we'll, so I guess, we'll go ahead and put it to vote. How do you vote? Honorable Harlan Daniels? Favor. Okay, in favor. Honorable Naatsis'aan, Shada, how do you vote? Abstain. Okay. Honorable Oljato, President McGee. Okay, thank you. Honorable Shitsu Maria. Shonto, the chair doesn't vote. So, Madam Vice President, Marsha, how do you vote? Green. Chair Robert, how do you vote? Green. Okay. Also, we can then shut it, Geraldine.
Green.
Shut. Green. Okay, that's green. So, 8 in favor. 0 opposed, 0 abstention. Chair does not vote well. Motion. Robert, motion needs,
No second.
Okay.
So you need a motion.
Okay. Great agenda, then. So, congratulations, Shada. You are our new Madam Vice President.
Second, they want that, right? I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you. Item 6 now. Approval of Last meeting minutes, October 7th, 2023. How do you motion to approve? Or, no, hey, Ken, Mr. Begay. Any questions or comments? I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Curly Colon here, Secretary. I mean, I don't know, minutes, the way he generates the agenda and the money. I'd like to say thank you. I don't know if you have any circulates the information, how it disseminates any information about emails out there forward. So, any questions or comments? So let's put the motion to vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? In favor. Honorable Shada Ella, how do you vote? Okay. Honorable Oljato, Mr. McGee, how do you vote? In favor. Okay. Honorable Sue Maria Donnie, how do you vote? In favor. Thank you. Chair doesn't vote, so Madam Vice President, Marsha, how do you vote? Honorable Shada Robert, how do you vote? Okay, what's a big Madam President Geraldine G.
Three.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary Treasurer. Three. Thank you. So, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention, chair no, and motion carries. Thank you. Going down to 7 reports, government leadership policies. Please email written report to NOST Secretary. Limit attendance. So first one, guys, so Dr. Bluenagger, Navajo Nation President, said she's on that. I don't know, if any have a car caution, might well have that. Okay, so yeah, the motor session, and have the shot of it. So he might surprise us.
And the sheep got.
I will be Ms. Rochelle Montoya, Navajo Nation Vice President. I will see Ms. Priscilla Curley, 25th Navajo Nation Council Speaker. I will see her. I will be Mr. Herman Daniel Jr., 25th Navajo Nation Council Delegate.
We can't have chance tweet with that. I don't know if it's a real, but I mean, and you know, it's a high deal. I don't know if it's way that even with the second chapter planning meeting, chapter meetings, I think that the eco conjuncture or even at the young is an agenda. I don't think it's possible if you go to a you can't wait to a transport to show. I don't know. If you did me, but none of the inside, the hand, if you have a other is a case that makes it for that's something for he have a if you can't know if you did ever or he's not English, he don't did it ever Ko Arunana Kodo Kitchen has a station with Arunana Kodo Shanamish Engaged with 25th Navajo Nation Council, a Adjuta Sata Arunana. This was standing committees. There's 5 standing committees. Now, Kigoi Sata, Law and Order Committee, Arunta Kodo, a Navigation Committee. So there's 5 committees. Going to read that standing committees. Or easy forward. A 5 ago. So if as on the 23 delegates, as the Hanko, Shadow Bishop Han, Kadaman Dahage, as the chair. So AIC but I put on the analysis thing on it, but other people saying I don't say but that in the show, but that way it's actually so on Sunday. I don't know, quit it as on a shop, none of it. Very Naatsis'aan, Oljato, Shonto, a weekend. And we were saying, I don't know. But that way it's actually go very down Naatsis'aan, what I don't Oljato, but I think the aid of EST. I don't know, the very Shonto, I don't pushing down projects or go shut aid down. I'm leading that way I get echo. I'm Boliazi, but as a other Chapter Wet, I think in that it's in the dance Nico, I don't say that I'm not no ear that Tico. I don't like it can know that. Ada hasn't so other like now, I don't know the young Tico. On the race that I was taking in the crossroads that Ada hasn't so like ear Tico. I don't let how to make it's not the best of ID or the copy. The code, but all the data. The NOST chapters, the laser hot Sunday, it's not fun, or Shonto, it's not fun. I just renegade, yeah. Certified chapters. There's 45 certified chapters and 6 A-font chapters. A-font chapters.
Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
A-font chapter is what I Shonto is the first chapter to be certified back in 1999. Yoba Nayosh Nako. Adonan's Apikin, the chapter certified, a kid certified Yako back in 2016. 2016. Yeah, the chance not Bahamasha. But Adoshini, Shamade certified Chin, not a native. So, Kodo the data. Aye, Kodo. I changed so a Bependa, Agi Kodo. I see my kids, Kodo. I don't know that Ts'ah Sunday, English. I think so. We I should say that he should go. But I sort of a dish net or let you go. The cook has a gig for the Hanash, the Shigi. The way said that is the Shanda, and as the Evashan, the Skyfa. For the way down. Question the question is going to, as the non say yes, the national shit, as the national leadership old. The way down, he's set out as a question come. I remember starting our advanced education analysis come what I don't know the data. If has data, I have a NOST data. For example, to show the data winter session, the second day in that open direction in the data, even though executive sessions, each kid for open session. I have never data, Yahi Jim. He never get how to check it, no. Many kids that it was so. Although the way down, Monday is so. Yeah, Monday and done. As that one passes up on the way down, excuses should be away from the council floor. Is that in the set down? Each me out of shed, man, is me, that's just what the song, oh, yeah. What is it? AIC, just see, the Pichi and the Hashina, what what is a it's just a go. What they call the AI I say what the whole just as you know, I was what when ich is in addition to later down for the stand, to the sign that I know. Now, where is the job? Or else than that's all gosh. So I did just actually, or that is even not. And then, it's also don't know that what I do. You tell about the thing on later on to stand off. So, what take it off, I don't know, this was understood as the هذه عشان تز بس شنو هذا لأن الشيء كيف بدي نشتغل ليش شنو هذا يبغى هذا سيد بيش مثلا so هذا كده إيش بهذا الدولة كده أرونا كده كأوتلا عشان تيجي كده كده ده نني تلاقي كأوتلا كده خربين على الصوص أرونا أوتلا إتلا أرونا كده غير زي النهاراج وطلعتي عشان تأخذ سو بدور غير شيء شيء بدور أرله شيء يعني يدعش بدور إشي يعطيك وموضوع بشكل إشي هذا جدا شان أنه دولش بدور أو إيش بهذا دولش إيدي يعني هو إيدي وطلع إيش وش دولش بدور إشي عن كده إيش بهذا إنه إيدي بدور بدور أروح بدور غير ده Bewezen Holzern, der ja J. Otsa. Na Kejene ist klar, doch ein Teil hat ist klar, doch dann ist da eine auch. Und Reda, Nashi, oder Reda, Kajene, ja, wenn sie ist so. So the Reda, first state, ja, oder State of the Nation Address, oder Kejene, ja. Also, der Kuyoshi, das was an der Tisch, also, na, invite Schlaffer Reda for a meeting in Lest, NOST regional meeting with Snowy Quiddo, Navajo Nation president. For a Kadiabiga, Lego Tatashan, Kidigi, and invite Schlaffer, and that's also whatever. I don't know, Western Agency Council, so Ero Khadi, National Summit, Ts'ah, that same day, the Northern Agency, though. I sadly no. I just see the yard of the snow. Or then I see the Khania, I see Jonathan, the Secretary, Western Agency Council. So you go in the kid at not only living from the 18 chapters. You could see an Ishkis of Ecuador. So in a Ecuador, I don't know Ecuador, or the has Ecuador, the way Tadi, the nego aderenis the song hasiko jo gosh what is it Navajo the legislation of the nanny legislation of even not what the way to has the name change is the referendum that's only about this case of all Navajo Nation, Navajo Nation, Opere Nilsen, the Nation that the name change, we never has saved up. We are not so seeing this, so snow that has saved up. Navajo to the net, that I bet has saved up. We thought we close it now. Any other what last sort of an or the State of the Nation address is like the has seen what a cocoa Aronana Kodo Shanata Sherigi and no wind. We're getting a lot of moisture, so snow, rain, especially in the tall mountain region area. So what the year on that's the whole way, that's the kind of way laid down high mesa. I see that the Kennedy is not so able to as a web national in as he can get this Shonto chapter and also Naatsis'aan chapter. So it is that So I don't know way down. I gave a good over the dash to support. Way down. Fifteen Raja Adonana Veda, Soskina, Aiki Veda, Aja Sestana Ago, Aja Neket, and the Aya Pash, Krishna, Wako, Veda, Zan was over Pesa. The Veda Kachik, Adonana position, Veda, Sawmel Nasadi, Veda, a team Bible to the Nasa, or that is Kid Wako, Oda, Shlishna, Kleshao. So it is I think them kind of what he can but I don't know Twitter. It is done for school signing the house cargo shish that it's a yard. You may have to get it off if you have an unfinished bells in the wall. So it is Yakudo, baby chances, net knowledge. I don't know legislation for such source for the Shabbat link it up. The legislation is for the national legislation, legislation 0250-23, with those business and I don't know, this kid, let's say, last thing, because of the whole time he was a high school, though, was a N.O.S.T begin, because Utah State University, I have Nahegi, because of the Navajo Nation, because it's like the Ahagi, with 500,000. The Shabbat stream, what do they? Now, when they present the shape to the dark man, also the dark man, a change to the legal for 80 years old, or each house at the legal. A house may give Bahale, 14 million Bahale. For base of Shayata, so they see for the radar. Salt Lake City was not a Kakodo, the radar business and a horse than Chicago. Honorable Parish. Honorable Yanito, the Momashan cow. I see the basic eating the kid or show a so that's visible. For the way that Utah State University was that 14 million about for the way that Utah State University, 5 million identity has for state of Utah, 5 million equivalent snitch or less in the stock. I mean, but I last year in this, if you did or let's go. So I was saying, but I man, the street has let or let's go. Has to go. John, what better? Can the other man man, the star let carpenters that I don't know the way that people it's not let him down the street. Say, I get down the street. Plumbing that, extract that. Is in Arjuna, the star let or let's go. I also heard that the same man is not a hard road, but I'll try it. I will try to change it easy, but hard to go. Try to go and buy me. But I will try to see, will try to buy out this man. The upper has any day buy me. I know he's on the whole Navajo nation. That's in the heart of the glass of later in Mexico then. Because he does try to use it, but I hold $3 out of Arizona. Students that living at Eba hold it or let go. So it is a lot of a question or let go. I don't know if on a virtual meeting, either with override these gas or with that delegate exchange, they could name also they could a summer session and down. But I don't see clean virtual meeting at chapter meetings, planning meetings now. They could pass these gas and it's not veto here. So it in the resolution for the balance sheet linking balance linking down CO-85-23. The president Oljato veto either. So we overruled the veto. It was later with the session down. Actually, yeah, the speaker this week can't elect on it. A Office of Legislative Counsel. The business unavailable needs they're going to be working with 110 chapters. Equal it needs 56 chapter resolutions knowledgeable. So 80 knowledgeable. I don't know what method knowledgeable. So it is balance and knowledge also the she resolution to a template each of each of that knowledge, all the 110 chapters in the opposing resolutions, supporting resolutions. Here that is it does knowledge ago. Okay, this is in the heart knowledge chapter of the songe a tadi es has not the last clinic was songe in supporting the kid to heart. So it all she did on Sunada click on the go. So you got the door not to go. One letter. How I did eating what did it. Today was the last train that they got big and virtual. See things about the door. It's going to take more time and getting resolutions from chapters. So 56 approved chapter resolutions. 80% was let it go. So I don't go on and wait on state of Utah go N.O.S.T go I gave us an Naatsis'aan go the 3 terms, 4th term, I call that go the honorable Pierce on Navajo go the relation reigns. As I close on nature the go although that Naatsis'aan that work at 4 terms is as I close on nature, I'm going to give you the reins to some Naatsis'aan as a Naatsis'aan that I did I Naatsis'aan that should not on his Naatsis'aan that is no at all. So I think so I say age was cut. Later Naatsis'aan to potato root project. I think so at the state level, capital, Lieutenant Governor Eva Shahnasi cleaned it up. Other Utah delegation, senators, representatives, that's taking. So Kapegi laid down a team for the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement. That was Kagi, a global 4 million. A bad later, hit it no, I got so at our last meeting, for the Navajo Nation, they had the ZI down from the President's office, 1 million for the Navajo Nation President, Lou Van Nygren. So I don't know for the such from the state of Utah. As of the legislation getting the Senator Hinkins and so the balance of supporting resolutions, another nature supporting legislations from the Navajo Nation Council, so so that the latter as later base of the last later for it's going to cost over 200 million to build a road from Oljato to Naatsis'aan. Over 200 million big, let's push this now, but on the state of Utah. The senators and plenty representatives. I see but we need to educate others at the state level. In the education it's going to create jobs. The heavy equipment operators that is in the shop. At the local level, economic development Saturday and down, it is coming down. I was in Albuquerque, I'm not sure. Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, there's the Akado, the deep nation. We need to get ready to smoke it on the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. C-store, the gas station at Navajo Mountain Snow, there's actually, we educate that highways of Kai. That we need to educate the land users, permit holders, families, educate that. And again, we have to understand that I see the one people that go about the snow, but over the honorable parish. What they got, so they were not days, and no, they were housing, we net or just go so. So it is up at all. One so they chances net or just go. I don't know at all. Navajo Nations Council Speaker, Honorable Seth David, he Monday and resigned. He regional is on New Mexico Indian Affairs as a Deputy Director Selena. He's admiral, so they certified. So today, we has on is in Colorado. It is neat or just Colorado speaker litigate, so it is neat or just from that region. I was in the special sessions here at late or just special elections is in net or just as a what they have there. I don't Colorado. Miss Pino, so I was in the season, this Colorado, can't not go after nachher, so this on a die yanko. It don't care the evening or this pero is in Colorado appointed again as net or this so at the tomorrow's meeting. It would net or this go. So it is that Ecuador a year of that. As is so a other yes people a can't nachher go. It I think we care the evening or this pero I don't know that's the switch over a year they can't touch it over the no county board of supervisor. Yeah, but I think that machine, but none how, but I don't know, but I just engage in a short half of it. I don't know that. Actually, election, and even to now, it's just go for there is a hard veto. I don't know, but election over to now, it's just for chapter officials. I don't know, grazing officials, farm boards, like that. They think that all the way down. I got 2024, I was open nada, or the second positions again, using the nada, your national hospital. So, any at all, one so, and his house is net or less below. I don't using a roll, his house and about 10 minutes for car. So, yesterday in the way down, tell our Sunday, Naatsis'aan, FRF office there. In the way, ARPA, 8.8 million. Regional chapter projects. Because in the case of and again, the say equal to the Shonto chapter, 3.4 million. Babylon is linked up. I was saying how this is. Sabikin chapter, Nana, Oljato, Babylon is linked up. So, by all the state, Yanagata, Naatsis'aan, Babylon later. So the later Naatsis'aan, they have two projects that is ready for legislation. This one's under that on social legal. But I need to get with the Naatsis'aan, so one is the Naatsis'aan chapter solar housewiring project. About 580,000. Another one is Naatsis'aan water line to homes. 1.6 million. Or the water lines that I don't know in nation of the Neka. As a Hashin so you need to sit down with the Neka. So as a young age, and what I'll be there. Hela serve down and to now. Those are confidential with that nation, even with NTU aid or that. There's always one confidential with it now. I'll take a little wonderful very chances, Mr. President. Again, thank you. I don't care for those Yagi, the chance of Daniel, I don't know for the New Year, but I wish you go. How not able to say what I see the aside the eat on this, so yeah, none of it. Thank you.
we can't start the recording lagi, or you cover in that. Josh Konalo. I think the biggest question would be ARPA, I mean the FRF. Pero I realize not kidding here, it's not on council. And we have there's cell phone text message that you know the genetic if it always find with cell phone that could you not know that what it has. Here is that and the other with the virtual meetings again. I'm pretty sure if the last chapters out and that resolution passed by you, out of the 56, if we have 4 from here, then there'll be 4 less, so 52 that and the exit of it. So I don't know who's out there advocating. Fishing sponsor, chapter of it. Well, as an email out and then hopefully chapters, I'm sure that there's going to be public education stuff. Now, depending on like the area Shonto elderly, so if you look at people that speak Navajo only, there's a majority of English they because you have that people they understand what they're reading and what they see on paper. So I'm pretty sure if they understand how the virtual meeting will be hopefully all 110 chapters passed. And Title 26 so revised and all the other. There's not a kid out there, but shut it.
Yeah, she alla Davidani Shido. For the change, she was just changed as long as she not done that in the change. I know, did virtual meeting, no Bahamaki. When I was going to school, they, every morning about 4 o'clock, I was on audition, and then I drive over to Flagstaff. Along the way, Inscription House, Red Lake, to the city, and Cameron, pick up and fish all the way, all day. Out of the Indian top, 10 o'clock p.m. got out there. It's not all over. I don't know. It was like that. The art of modern technology had not been online, which is good. I wish it was like that. This time we had notebook it was called notebook. Or jump drive, there was no computer at that time. Of course, a lot of these it's good. Of course, virtual learning, you know, like virtual meeting, that is good because of this technology, but we have so I guess this we need to prove it. Well, people based, Mr. Daniels, A4 chapter, later, so that's the one that is kind of not, and they were on the screen. So I guess we need to really look at that now. It's good that we got on there. And chapter that he definition, that's a definition research paper, and then the idea had not been so I don't know, China say I thought that one touch them by our CSC. No, not kidding, so I should charge it, totally different now, so it's just like working with students, draft paper that was usually by a teacher, or it's just a thing, I don't play actually for the show, we just charge the paper. And then they're gonna say, oh no, I didn't learn anything in here, and then just, they kind of with that rap. But, actually, me and Joe, the show, we're gonna do it. So, and then we do really need that, though, water line, though, because how you mix it, I just show them right now. So hold up between there, yes, it's I have kind of a terrible idea. I don't that accomplish not all of the but there should the idea of it. So, the next door neighbor has should allergic. There's all the washing that she other shift at the case that question on the so things like that, so we have to be early and be late again. Anyway, that is a good idea for solar. I have solar, I don't have electricity on that side, water lines out there. There's a water mill, right, past a windmill. It's the house other oil behind, water, yeah, so it wasn't covered. High oil, so we called some people, but I don't know if they're gonna fix it. We had to go to Black Mesa. I don't water I know the Shonto, which is good. That Shonto has water there, but it's a distance though. I don't, anyway, this solar in general for people that live in that area, the water line, but I don't know if we're under this Shonto dash. Thank you.
Want to respond? Legislative,
Can I have a virtual meeting with all the data, virtual Oljato man override Ilyagi. So I think so, but behind the I think so, we have cases and then we have issuing the data, Naatsis'aan chapter issuing the resolution issuing the that of stage with I don't know the data, ARPA. Bedoel Papa Peshneko, the Kokati Zigi, 1.9 million, so you're gonna like the Sibelako. So you could actually go on the data as come. So we have the yard of the Shabo, which you could look at Bekish Audi and the data Arpagi, called the data, and you could have Papa Peshnegi, and the projects. And you could have that, and again, water line to homes. I don't that the data. Solar don't run a house wiring project. Actually, I think it's how these go. I know there was others that don't. Actually, and then they you know, the FRF office, so DCD, actually, and us in the hall. So the Guji not so that shan hall. It is so, as for the DOJ Nash, you don't know, eligible who don't know that's in the not so that's a whole state of the education. Does that Nahani Yashim, Ekis Audi, Ishma, thank you.
this shall, maybe should cover should. Yes, maybe. On the other, one student in Sagebrush Valley, because of that little kid there. Bus they told man on it. So he bus route along. And it keep my there, but Bajays a kid, or even after school there, they come back up. The trip is probably about 5 miles, I see it. So 14 miles from Shonto. So what and one thing I like to mention about this virtual meetings again, we all know chapters or officials at the clinic. I create pandemic national virtuals, virtual meetings. So it prevented us from traveling. I think there's huge savings, Janelle, but with the approval, we still get stipend of it. I think the officials, council delegate, all the way up to the president level, if they don't have experience at the chapter level, it seems like there's hardly any communication for them to understand us yet. To actually understand how the chapter functions and what they go through. So it's pretty hard for them to understand and comprehend what's going on, even with our Navajo Nation laws. They should, benevolent, our chapter officials, so his background and the way he understands people, it goes a long ways. To all of you, chapter officials, dealing with people directly, and I appreciate that. Good old question, Mr. Brigade.
Oljato, we're given out kitty or 8 million in the year. Those is getting but as a chapter, as a solar panel, they indicate in the year. But those house wire and neta, later on, up of it, vessels, I just have budgeted, and all been that in the system. So now, is it going to go through? So, but all, yeah, I was quite but now, no, but the question about leggings or your neck had it. I also panels, after the power line kit, solar panels, net or there. So, I don't want this case, yeah. Oh, want this case, I don't know, they'll get down with machines and just.
Mr. President, Oljato, so Edo is in a Babata or the housework again. Housework is so like I don't know power line never over that is the echo. Solar line is kidding but on the radar. As causing it is always net or there's not a radar to start a cocoa radar housework is net radar. This is see radar power item lead on the echo. So if you put a basis of his neck or electrical, I'm sure that we're gonna sit down with them until age of the other radar. If you show that baby. Yeah, I just kid all this, but on the radar, but on the not earning, let me get a call. What echo on the radar. Could on the radar, not Sweden, but on the radar, I shot us a start on that on it. So I but on the radar, echo a Yashki Bodo, but that's what is ego. I shall start a sample now, so I just can't on that or let it go. I comes to the issue. Should have made it over the third one, but that's so we have snitch on them, but they now or let it go. So I did not take it off, and I knew what they were again. I just kidding it. Oh, I take it off. So it is one, not see or let it go. Thank you.
Toyota, the Sida, the Nissan, South Sida. Sunday, the Belana is there, only to kick back New York later. So it's not this year. So this is not feasible. I thought our papa, best person, the league, should be the donate AI that's some resolution. They need donate to kick back Nadia will even have to start organizing the Naatsis'aan. It is happening after.
The other area is home site leases, yeah. The only that is, in your communities, there's some homes you don't have home site leases. But for NTU to come out and start working on the power lines, you have to have a home site lease, which is costly too.
Yeah, Nana, Nana, these are FRF eligible projects. This is eligible. I look it up based on that report. I see here, corrective action plan. We went before Resources and Development Committee, I don't know, Budget and Finance Committee, the same day. Finance, I don't know, Oljato, same day, Oljato sanctioned nation of Oya see kind of other. They give us at least 4 months of was Snowball. The young for the rate of Nanya, see I can see a scene, Lenny, Mr. Sosi, I don't know, so now, Mr. Gay, I was one of the young for Ashana Ash. Edo Kodon, the Budget and Finance Committee, Atan Hanedi sauce, table for 4 months, was on the 4 months. These kind of dollars, so then I look dollars, even as Edalia, so that I was the Dalia, sanction and he let dollars. So I come national, so they have. I don't know, I dropped another legislation in the way that I can corrective action plan. It's a single finance again. It's not meet even again. Legislation needs also. In some chapters we could also short and about the radar. When I go before committees, the chapters, I also says later, so even though I'm the sponsor of the legislation, it was on the national. So these legislation sponsored just chapters I see it on. The day is not and I don't know so far, at the end of the issue, it is out the actually does it. So, thank you.
Any questions or comments? Then we will shut the head.
I'd just like to make a comment. Lay, the confidentiality. The need, NTUA, NECA, they're entities of Navajo Nation. Companies. So I think that in order for continuity of business, it's just like going to a doctor's office. You go to your primary doctor, Either from your primary doctor, they send you out to specialists. DA, ear, throat, nose. DA, eternal medicine. Koje audio, or koje speech, eroda, koje di does lini bowels and heart specialists. If these companies don't work with Navajo Nation, confidentiality, when a doctor, your primary doctor, sends you out to these specialized doctors, how are you going to get better if these doctors don't communicate with one another? No, all that comes back to the primary doctor. Auto A treatment plan. Navajo Nation is the primary doctor here. And these entities are the specialized. NECA, water line, or highways, or whatever they specialize in. NQA specializes in electricity, solar, water. I don't know, they're going out into cell phones and all that. If those companies don't come back to the Navajo Nation and tell each other, so, to eliminate duplication of services. At the chapter level, we're looking for all the money for these entities. Somewhere it has to be kosher. It has to work together. And we need to come up with a plan to say, sure, to eliminate duplications of services, of money. So elected officials, peso koten I lati kojo peso baka yeda baka inana. No, they're for the same reason. It's the same thing with these companies, I think. On top of that, we as a Navajo Nation need to stop the, what do you call it? NTUA being the solar service for Navajo Nation. We have APS, we have different companies that can come in. So there's no fair market then on Navajo Nation for some of these services that we have. So there's no competition. So I think we need to start looking at those kind of things. Navajo owned the need. NTUA is not Navajo owned. A lot of people, Belagana, Dunlon, they're the ones who are getting money off of us. A lot of these entities, they're not Navajo owned. We're not getting rich off of it. But yet, they're the only companies that are being utilized on this Navajo Nation. So I think that if we're gonna have fair market process, fair market, we need to start being open to a lot of these things to come into the Navajo Nation to do services so that they can compete. That's my only comment on that.
Yeah, Shari, for your comment and showing your, almost your Shonto behind the other piece. Oh, you put it on the table. Thank you. Other TV. Comment. Also, the comments or questions could all Delegate Daniels report to you, right? We'll move on to F. Miss Judy Begay, Coconino County District 4. The Coconino part of Ts'ah, I believe there's the biggest portion of Coconino County. I don't know, Shonto, there's a sliver, maybe like Kushini. To go over Naatsis'aan unza. So the Lampia. Miss Judy Begay, she's online. Yeah, the floor.
Ja, ik ben zeker de eerste die jullie begeven zie. Voor het in zo'n zet is niet pas is change als je dat je dat had zien dat je nalle het ja zet kon Hassan hoor je kom mijn mensen door is in asha. Ako Kodo ja Coconino County Board of Supervisors District 4 yehiki addition begedens in openashinish ako dig atna ajishananis isladi January dig adi usually be yak adi naha ako ship dish nehiki otskilon hilkodesh so yishwaligi benin benach eben ya all lesson hilfetish arlen so yeah ako did art neznan hapiket nenal tra eben nach redistricting had no hot ya kon another associate ako dik at nana heko dik another nehiki ya district 4 gi inscription house do Navajo Mountain Naatsis'aan do apikin jo ya district 4 gile tat ado ebenina kodo ani onagan shada do ato shnanish islai got open hilkodish ne so ye ako did na nationality ya da za you see kadenle cow springs bekashi thodonle patient diga ha biketen do Winslow article oya atin don the Green Mountain bakaja hon so district 4 kat ako hot ya shananish insin ako na nation sai it ela ako did is nanshishiki ya at least ba haya do bike des ajishanish isla ado ultra to Tiber City Public School Nanish NOST ado unda ya school board atras ajita sata that's it deep at nahi ado unda Navajo Housing Authority so Manshish to BIA Western Navajo Agency Housing ado unda infrastructure GAA Western Navajo Agency Facility Manager Shlon okote beats ata ultra and business has Ango Richfield Flagstaff Dormitory do Chimbato do and Western Agency JA hot bigeden in do ba hashian de the Hawaii gate up besto the ultra gate do big the atani the artfo hot ya shanan insin hot business the ako RJA hot ya kadishin the ya board of supervisor taught na nanish la ako hinel taught eko kat Slatina the Nabayasti open a shadow had Elshin Babaka and Nashua. What are Asian Isla health education, housing, infrastructure, GAA to 8 atin the Halneco do le guardrail do cattle guard and the Niso what out what big Bina and the stop and the Shigit this string yak and the coal mine mesa and the got that 18 and they wonder out quite guardrail naha atal ne koya ata atine koya ako the state just laid host doja host doja able dashin so hot ego da ata bilinda an so hot adol ila ako adon ado the question ya board member sali as Hugo o ka nasho ado the nepesna anashiki ado inta iskaki yande kishanj ultra Northern Arizona University hatnanja ya bachelor's in business administration management well yeah hot shananish ba iskasli ado N.O.S.T masters in organizational management and business administration RJ the nepesna anashiki yesi ado le ado nhijo dige what ba iskatling selling akotide shananishin siniki the ne to ad nik actually yashi yaho anle Ts'ah the clean do baker sheet the bed at that at the job at that they not trying that no street the what at the what should say those must send that what on it at that in there should say a year and there a Velma K some son at Navajo Mountain to go you see should say freight kill your at the at Naatsis'aan there what yard at the need I just in there I don't the I don't like what the then at the don't broadband Niki I don't the electricity that then what at the cash cautiously at a ton heki thought is it the cost of the what is at ish a co I don't they see business on the shiki has sunny naki shanadnish got Linda Curley isn't at the Naatsis'aan a ton halito they na son the door or they touch a what a or a district forge a be business daily nishako a planning meeting door chapter meeting go na da a adult ya has on nature and you know a what bit better need ado has asking by a del to what baby can nature adult Adon Dunley Loop has energy a loop Bird Spring and Talani Lake a RJA Angie Cody ya a RJA Shishnad Miss Stoko a Kokishanik a sin his a what a they need Nisto Adol and what Edan his nod dot Oda nearly in the store hard hands that she adol but not like I'm not like hotel now what a business daily nation leco dig at should there hold the need report the la Navajo County that board of supervisor no loshiki a business labor spring just yego Tota there's not all a team that has a local a Jean do Navajo County begin the Hala of the net and no a contact on what arbiter that is now a con a added a cut each link what ego that cut nature it don't need or just eat or joy alone that a Cody Washington no another critic and that then 2 week not kid the mongo that's a Navajo Nation Washington DC office door and a Orlando Teller lieto a but kajin liniki 18 j aj bin hat ado the person that a aj but ya NOST ado and the Leroy Gishi BIA to Navajo Nation transportation the what other business daily Nishakala a teen a lot and hello eben hich na hot what is ban seskis actually the Oscar but bus route ziki ya what eben sahakis hala every day that the ye got teen the Dutch a do Oscar the big hot ya and a kid in the hidden play a what ya that it all been given on the other whole one veteran homes no the other student housing the nation the Australia landed the hatching the Australia to home based on the year let con na kidamilia da be now what Coach all tragic at the door listen to Arjo than Sita case or Doshin that Hajo that in the what I go the by Yashti what out or Lango Eba Yashti Ado Lege on the host or only Washington the what area the never Yashti or by Yashti. Of course, the Queen was saying that the whole Sassy Koi. I don't Belagana Ayana Chief Belistra, Honey, you have what on his bed the husband or Adoshin House, Aden had the shuttle, she used it. da beniyeton so ye ako on fin so ado le ni hin an lindo an hani ya shin ha jota ni hin khodish neto ado le kita hin ta hotil na ni nta hazti kita ako inscription house do na home mountain ya na khidoi wacha shin ya akon ya shin ya ni hin ta do nishko ni do honda Beshbach das an der Nostenido und der Tratner sind der Nostenido da noch so konnten noch kommt von Nostonigi ado legi da hat ado sana atle ahon jira ado le khanasi ba ya ki khotis ado yun halon nkishdiga ado kha ashin bikho jisho ya ba ya just ki se ko ya kha ashin sendo Ashin anit the kitch at the tato minado na atan and the con not at that and the jo the nepan jagado ya she nepan na shash at eto the neck ashibit yashti ota a Colina Fowler at a ajak at nik it is ya Cameron just begin in the aj district 5 districting I don't like Sana Fern was one yehaja a cohort ARJ ya ARJ district 5 ille a hot hot eto a head as is not do kodoshi ya hashin shaban sadaki so she ya ni ka dish wasn't so ya in such case in le a cohort ya ni ja hasi do head asa no kinko that she's not angi. Hello?
Could all that's not communicated, not from that council. And there's no questions or comments. Good luck with your election again. The previous kind of cognito.
Yeah.
No. Naatsis'aan of Gigi, the Khatida, Shema, Miss Lena Fowler, Cognito County District 5 Supervisor.
Hello, this is Deborah Lister. I'm speaking on behalf of Supervisor Fowler with Coconino County. I'm her district director.
Hello, we can hear you. Yeah, the floor.
Thank you. So I wanted to give an update on behalf of Supervisor Fowler today. I apologize that she's not there in person and myself. So a couple of things that we wanted to inform you guys about is one, we're continuing our VitaTax program that we previously did from last year. And what the program does is we assist those with mainly with low income, but we're pretty much to open to all. We do free tax services. We're going to be beginning on February 5th, and anticipation end date would be April 5th. So if you would call our office at 928-283-4518, and it's also listed on the internet, so we'll be posting flyers with information hopefully by next week with more information. And just give us a call, make an appointment with Alicia Chi. She's our assistant there at the Tuba City office. And if you have any more further questions, we can further assist you also. The next thing is we're going to have another broadband meeting coming up on February 21st. So our location this time is going to be in Page, Arizona, to assist those that are in the Western Agency chapters. We had a broadband conference last year in, I believe it was October, in Farmington, New Mexico. So at this broadband meeting we're going to have in Page, it's to update those about the conference and also give you updates about what Coconino County is doing for broadband. And President's office has a new broadband director. Forgive me, I can only remember his first name is Bernardo, and we're anticipating him to be there also. And the next is we are anticipating in 2025 that we're going to be, oh, I'm sorry, if you're interested in the broadband meeting, please give either Lena a call, text her, call her, send her an email, or if you have my information, please send us and we can email that information out to you. So we're also getting a new county building in Tuba City, and we're hopefully, fingers crossed, anticipating 2025 as our opening date. So this building is going to consist of District 4, District 5, also the Sheriff's Department, the 2 new deputies that are on board at Tuba City, also the Health Department. I do believe the elections office is going to remain where it is at the Tuba City Public Library, but we're gonna have a new building. It's going to be located right next to McDonald's, where the county park is. And right now, Lena's been advocating and lobbying in Phoenix about Highway 89. So she's asking the $5 million from the state so that we can continue work on Highway 89. Oh, forgive me. I had this conversation last night with her. It'll come back to me. When it comes back to me, I'll come back to this. But she is lobbying for $5 million from the state for Highway 89. We do have 2 deputies right now in Tuba City. One is, so what it is one is pretty much an night shift and one's a day shift. They kind of alternate shifts. We had one previously, but we do have 2 right now. And there's an update about the elections, and this isn't set in stone. It's just a possible scenario that could happen. Right now, the Arizona Election Committee is in the works on changing a few laws, and if it does happen, then the new dates for election, right now, as of now, the dates are August 6th, but if the laws do happen to be changed, then they're going to go to July 30th. And that would affect Navajo Nation. How it would affect Navajo Nation is right now we have on one side of when you go do your elections, when you go do your votes, one side is either the county and the other side is Navajo Nation. If this goes into effect and Navajo Nation doesn't make the changes necessary, then they're going to have 2 different days on voting. So their Navajo Nation could possibly still be running by August 6th. Coconino County would be running by July 30th. So it's just a small sliver of information but we want you guys to know about that. The other is Supervisor Fowler's still working on the Arcadian legislation. We've been to a couple chapters. We've been to the Western Navajo Agency meeting this previous to try and get a resolution passed. So this resolution is to remove the word exclusivity. It's not to completely take the legislation off, but just remove the word exclusivity. It is a resolution on the agenda for today. So if I could explain just a little bit on that, or would you prefer I wait until the resolution?
You can wait till the resolution.
Okay, but that's one of the things that Supervisor Fowler is doing. One more thing is she is meeting with President Nygren and hopefully Madam Speaker Curley on Monday to discuss the uranium that is going to be going through it's either going to be there's two different options they're looking at right now, and depending on whether they get the permits, it could either go through Babbitt Ranch, or it's going to go through the city of Williams and Flagstaff. So the mining company has a grandfather contract from the 1980s. And because of the 1872 mining law, the state of Arizona, this law exists. So what this law is, it allows existing mining companies who already have their permits to continue mining. But because of the recent President Biden, what President Biden did at Grand Canyon, anybody who wants to obtain a permit or purchases a mining company, anything like that, they can't do that. But it's because of these grandfather contracts. That's the reason why the mining is being allowed. So the board is the Coconino County is opposed to uranium mining on Coconino County and on Navajo Nation. We can't shut down because they're using U.S. highways. So that's just something we want you guys to know. And again, Supervisor Fowler apologizes for not being here today. And we both have been splitting up a lot of our meetings and schedules to accommodate all. But I appreciate for allowing you guys to have us on. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Deborah Lister. I'm Supervisor Fowler's District Director.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. Ms. Lester.
Yes, are there any questions?
Any questions? There's no questions from audience. Thank you, Ms. Lester.
All right, thank you again. If I could say one more thing, if there's anybody interested in our broadband conference and who wants to attend, our broadband meeting, or if you have any questions about VitaTax, please reach out to us. We are more than happy to assist you with those and with your communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on down to agenda E. LC Smoking and LDA to Mr. Herman Daniels, Jr., Navajo Council. You have the floor, Shadeja.
Good late morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, Shanat Anis, I see and heard from Naatsis'aan, Oljato, Shonto, and Ts'ah officials who are in attendance there, our council delegate, and other visiting officials. It's been a while since I've heard some of you guys again. My name is Elsie Small Canyon. I'm the current LDA to Delegate Herman Daniels. She ate what you know, look at Nebashchin, Adol, Zitlanate, she had a Shinala. Shonto, there you see Shonto, Tucson, the Kehasht, a Koyat Etna. So just very briefly, the last monthly report I had sent out, my report as well as Delegate Daniels, was for the chapter meetings this month. Just listening in on meetings that are held virtually. A lot of those are like RDC, BNF, Nabik meetings, and just recently the Navajo Nation Council winter session, Monday through Wednesday, because they adjourned Wednesday evening. I'm sure some of you guys were staying on top of some of the legislations that were presented, and I'm just grateful that the council had overturned Nygren's veto, and hopefully, that continues to move forth, just for the mere fact that I think, if Navajo Nation is gonna push for broadband and other internet services, then it's time that everyone gets onto that. If we're expecting our children to take classes in such a way, then everyone, I think, needs to also understand that that's going to be the way of things in the future. I'll call Delegate Daniels did mention, that it was passed with a majority vote. Although some other interesting legislations, some had failed. I can go ahead and forward the recap of that to the NOST chapters. Although just myself, I've completed some of the online cybersecurity training, which is required of us. And then a couple of months back, I had also completed the sexual harassment prevention training. That's mandatory for Navajo Nation employees. So Ada take Ishla. And then just forwarding information from those that get released from the FRF office or NTUA, Ada, I take the time to forward those to the NOST chapters. And then thank you to those chapters who are continuing with the hybrid meetings. It's very much appreciated. It's Apikin and Oljato. I know they've been doing that with their regular meetings. Ado Shonto Ada leadership meeting. And just on a personal note, my vehicle was in the shop for the past 5 weeks. So just kind of a back and forth issue with warranty and all of that. So I wasn't able to really get around. And so again, I live out in Tucson too, but should it come a time when I'm no longer able to attend some of the required meetings, then I'm going to have to step down because that wouldn't be fair to all of you, much less Delegate Daniel. So again, belated Happy New Year. I hope everyone had an enjoyable time with family and friends. And then just some upcoming meetings, regular chapter meetings, planning meetings, subcommittee meetings, into the next month. Thank you, Navajo County Supervisor Benali, for forwarding any information that's necessary. And just some losses in the family as well. So just keep everyone in prayers. Other than that, that's all I have to report. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Yes, there's a report in that. Any questions, comments from the audience? Council? And thank you, Stacey. Moving now down to number 8, reports, NOST Regional Chapter President. Yeah. A. Patricia Blackhorn, Naatsis'aan Chapter President. You have the floor, Madam President. Please. Okay. She's not on the call. So moving down to B. Mr. President of Oljato, Chapter President, Louis McGee. You have the floor.
Oljato, start. Ada Navajo stasi unidos nahe. Ado count supply. Secretary, Ado Council Delegate Herman Daniels. Ado ada so credo. Jeto Naatsis'aan, Sabikindo, Shonto. Ado ada so different departments that. The N.O.S.T. Ado that is outside of here, I don't have a yak, Roy Kate and Low. I'm valley has any way. I don't has any go. Nakahad, any low. Staff and any principal and any. I don't change her. But I'm beyond the height and low. Oh, here, I don't, she, well, it's begin, she, I don't, but I mean, it's not what it's in, but she, it's kind of slow, that's she, that's another, right, and then she, I don't, so, بدي شيء واحد شنو هو هذا بجي نهال شوي ده أيله داش شو دا يس هذا ديسكاس هذا شيئان لني ده جوي تنبأ بكان دي جهله وده بدي نشنله اللي administration has asked Jiansa Hadi Lido Shisto Odat Vehico Adot Foto Viginan Kalan Leco Dat Kindo Okoda on the Ayo Ahna Zilo Ado Kilkas Ani administration as an agent in the CSC. So yeah, hello that from up and that on store or me. Ayana and Kaya, the chapter officials in Glenda age or equal اللي كان هذا ابن بانيل كده بس من دايت ندى على أدينك كده أفانا كاية هذا تنفع من ينو كده ويكتن إيده ولا سبتوا نيكو تياري شنا بعد أو بس بهندي أو AMS هذا زيدولا خلنا نستخدم AMS بيجي black تحديد هذا تحديد استادو هاي أحيان صعب جيسو retire إلا يارو كذا إنك هاير نجاو دا إياشون أيا أنها كيس تاعهم أيديو تاعهم هذا على تي ستسليا هذي جوي يقولي كان كاس جوي على تي كيدي هي 550 gooseneck هذا motor grader هذا 10 bathroom additions net جوي Naatsis'aan did lado I done with that decision to do from Arpa now even though it's last year hey ya front loader la and they didn't hire those things that they did yo dan that they just that they just koi hota chong ido le jo hota even the height of IQ yeto JOS people classic Friday that was classically جو واقع سنجد يعني بوانية تصير كده أخذ عنك جنوب أي حد زيه يمكن أن تعلمه هذا يمكن chapter بيكون جنبي ويجي 20 acres هذا إذا بعدين عشان سويت على wildlife fish and wildlife أجي أيون إنسان Yes, and then أخذ أطلع كده نصف. إيه شيء شيء اللي بدأ بيجستولي so هيا أبن تحت أبن that was just because I done fourth year though I get that now was just elections and not the whole season though. I can understand it. I عشان السؤال ابن تدون شو الأدب نحن جو أيو أبو وحنا هذا يكوي سياسي يعني بدنا وتن له so ولا أنا I think I have data
Multi-purpose buildings for the
chapter house not a multi-purpose building. They can handle senior center or although post office hotel they would die and die area.
Yes, thank you for your report. So last night, if council, any questions or comments? Yeah, zone over here, right across the road, Chatford, Tashi John Wayne, I think, from the one there. They should get out of chunk. Hello. Now, let's move on down the agenda. Very conscious of that. Jerome smoking on Shonto, the government's president. Chair, those should report SEG leadership meetings. Every Monday, Monday evening, 6 o'clock, or Zoom meeting. So you can join us, Representative Naatsis'aan, you can shoot me an email, I can put you on there. The reason why we have our leadership meetings is to keep everybody informed. You didn't know, from the chapter officials, administration, though, their report, so we ask questions, our subcommittees, planning and zoning, this same thing as CLOPSI, Shonto Economic Development Corporation, SCDC, the business. This is interesting data, SCDC, you would think economic development, these stores, it seems like the definition's this way, but what we're seeing is they're understanding the infrastructure, what it takes to run a business. Of course, you need water to attain, to run a business, you have to have water, then you have to have sewer. Same way everything, like the structure, electrical, so all these things, so we get a lot of input from them and what they're seeing from their end. So to develop a store and even a hotel, you have to have all these infrastructure before you do anything. So that's a pretty good combination there. Planning and zoning, that's what they talk about. From there, and they usually tell us this is what we're seeing from our end. And this was other reports by Supervisor Unali and also from some other people. This winter storm, we didn't realize we were in an emergency declaration. Naatsis'aan, Navajo Times, there's money put out and 32,000 that's from each chapter of Ts'ah. So that is going to go to all chapters. I stand corrected, that amount might not be cushion the cow. I don't remember how much it was, but I believe it was around 32,000. It's that we did our assessment in our local area. Usually, Shonto, we have, I believe our elevation is like 62,000, that's it, and then it goes up to about 70, close to 7,500, that's it, elevation. So it varies. When it snows, we get the lower elevation probably gets like an inch, 2 inch. And then the higher you go up, it goes up to sometimes a foot. Near the recent snow, it went up to 6 to 8 inches at the higher elevation. So we had people call in. So the way we responded was through NDOT and BIA roads. So we had close communication with them, and Shema, Supervisor Rinaldi, she helped us with arranging the center came with the 2 semi-trucks, belly dump with Yankee. Where we need those centers, like going down the canyon, of course, Shonto and Kanoyai, you know where the canyon roads are. So we have people that live on the east side of the canyon, White Rose area. That's where we have populated areas on that side, in a small community. So people commute across the canyon to work at the school. Also, we have bus routes. As I mentioned earlier, we have a little kid that's going to school at Tolman. This is where he gets on the bus out of late evening, and the bus makes its route. So, and we're real fortunate that we have our local CSR, CSR, so that's CHR, Navajo, yeah. That's usually. Nicole. We have real close communication because she has her office right there in our meeting hall. She has a little office there. But lately, they're telling her to relocate to Kanta. DCHR, Yagi, she burns up a lot of her, I believe it was like 2,000 miles there. They can use within, I think it was 2 months or 3 months, I should. So I will not burn up immediately because she covers Shonto, Navajo, and Kaito. Just imagine what would happen if she relocates back to Kanta. Somehow the leadership all the way up to Winrock, Loyaltek Kesa. The model road she covers, I don't know that. How do we go from there, like elderlies and then people that are at high risk medically and physically? So those people usually need firewood, water, and food. So she points them out, and so needs water or firewood. And so our chapter administration usually help with firewood and water. So that is how we work with CHR. And I know when there's re-election, most people that are running for office, they like to use Hashinda, and they kind of look real bright, and they usually say elderlies, veterans, so they're usually used as tokens, the way I see it. And I wish they could really do something for them, especially elderlies, because the elderlies, it affects the senior citizen where they eat. I don't know, going down the line, that is Tinisha. And like this morning, I was listening to the news. I'm here at where people live, and you're in New York. You don't see what I'm seeing here. So even just a little ways to Windrock, they don't come down and visit us, or we don't see them. You don't see these black vehicles running around visiting homes. So we're thankful for our CHR. Hopefully somebody would advocate for her. Not just her, but other CHRs. I'll be real assessment of the Yashita and the earlier house, and the Shonto, the Kingdom, the Pagit Mesa, the Shadet, Ajit, Tolman, the Kwebahan. the 6310 only pi unisa the still Sani, Shalabat Arabana, Ajoshik Ikeda, Arabania. But the main road on where they live, the road was included. As well, one place of but the rest, it was is kingdom. And I think my brother, Mr. Bosley, Agile thoughts to was on the Ananta, a country with Handel. That was our road assessment and 6321 cutting across out to Navajo National Monument all down to Black Mesa. Yeah, I just troubled with all those. Some homes are that same condition. Residential roads are they're not snow removal. And Shonto Hotel again, Ocean. If you drove by there, and you probably wonder what's going on there. The inside the interiors, the drywall installed as electrical installation. It all can't sort of down. I don't know the fire sprinklers are not legal. Copy hit me. I don't see pressurized or testing by not at least there. I don't know. The most only when you're driving by, you see that the main entrance, the canopy. Canal sort now, on the air report that I just sent it in. I don't know. The railroad, the gate don't know. In the board that he about 3 months back as a man vice president, Marshall Gray as adjunct vice president. They named it STKL. It stands for Shonto Tonalia Kabito Chi. And the Shonto that you are now Nahata Lalo Kojo in the chief is not so the STKL. The 4 chapters that he called, the railroad, the chapter officials, the board member down there. Although the board members get every month meeting that, they talk about their future plans, and mainly for now, it's basically economic development. It's geared towards more towards economic development. Pesos on the dot, so I'm here that can be thoroughly happening. So, Mr. Tony Scrillanis, he'll call in sometimes, he'll attend meetings, but only a few times. So that's what it is. And if you're wondering what's going on there, we have an event on December 18th. At the cold silo, we have an event. If you know Tom Rick and Bob, Rails to Trails and all we use this their event. So there was a pretty good turnout. People from Arizona, Utah, and Mexico, from like Flagstaff, they had a pretty good turnout. NOST they're planning on future events there on the railroad. I believe we have like miles. I believe was it 15 miles from the loop to MPL fence line. That's how many miles we have in Shonto. I don't know which tonally. It also should report all this. They could all read the report and give some especially to Mr. Curley. Any questions or comments? Suzuki.
You were talking about the CHR. We have a similar situation here. CHR in general doesn't take this, like now there's that declaration of emergency. So, Annette Nahanei, like she does the home visits to see who needs water or who needs wood and coal and so forth. She was also told the same thing, that she had to move back to Kayenta if she doesn't find or if she doesn't establish an MOA for relocated here in Riga. And I think it's the same thing that the senior centers and Head Start are facing. So Herman, can you explain a little bit more on what's going on with the MOAs? The MOAs with like senior center, Head Start, and it looks like now we're experiencing the same one with CHR. And a lot of the programs, home supervisors, they're trying to pursue it, but it seems like the division directors are not showing up to those the agreement meetings to draft up the MOAs. So that's what we're experiencing here with Senior Center. We're wanting to help out Senior Center with some funds, but we're told we can't do that until we establish the MOA, division directors, Ito Hajin Dakaya.
Next week, it's in my phone here somewhere. Next week, Oljato Senior Center and other senior center in Western Agency staff and litigate meeting was set up with President Nyman, Marie Winterock, in regards to about the agreements to that. Senior centers in Michigan, I guess not Michigan, Michigan. Ici that's a lot, but I mean, it's a year, if I pass that area, LDA, so that's going to happen on. So I did I gave what the data director, executive director, Kim Russell. She's a Navajo. So I did get a little more into it. With the agreements, the IPA, IP agreement. With the Head Start, so I did between this year and this year. So I'm still Mr. President.
Is it possible to incorporate the Head Start and the Senior Center into that same meeting? Because isn't that under Kim Russell as well?
I know that Head Start is under a different program. The Head Start in DOH, Navajo Division of Healthy Oljato in Nashville. Maybe at our next meeting, that's what we got to invite the Head Start program in Michigan with Dodie. Jadi we have initially Head Start automatically in the UH. So our next or what I can do is I can have I can set up a meeting related to answer some of the questions related director Lady.
Yeah, because Ajita initially the MOA or reach Nahagibani oil non names and that affects the services to our community members on Yale and Oljato Head Start home Facebook run these it's a need so because of that situation too.
Yes, so I agree with you, but not just Oljato, but other chapters throughout the Navajo Nation, what they call the Veda, Head Start, Jake, Nana, senior centers, and again, the vision, people, behind this, so, thank you.
Okay, John, I don't think that's too. I don't think you should. Yeah, we need those type of information, valuable information, for all chapters. I think it's better, adequate chapters in Neko, and especially for NOST region. Oh, you train like, ASC training now, also you chapters here, I show, seems like, there's not a whole lot of, discussion or anything, or adequate, Cash, if there's no other questions or comments, I'm gonna move on to, shut it. So we can, Madam Chapter President, Geraldine Chi.
Yeah, could the larger Sunday kill Sunday now. Mado Nartos, you can desi, I don't bet one fan. Yeah, Hunhano Yahade, Naatsis'aan, I became Oljato, Mado Shonto. Yeah, I can come this weekend. What I can come, I can big high, his Tahui's netto, Adobin Naut, and Nasma name cafe. I call here J.B. Geraldine Chi, which I became Nashado, Ado in the Ye Tachi in Shlom. You're the net for the tree, but chin, Ado Tinkichi, doesn't say, do no doubt the nay, doesn't know, but add the next sunshine. Ado in the con a larger set that became the Ado in the Adabane Kaidoben the Huit Ahiki the Queen Goshin the Huit the economic development Miniki Ayes the Nido the Naoyo in Nado did Lawyer Bill at the Nida John Lay King at Neha Nini Lay Naatsis'aan Object King at Name and Natchet Corner at the larger day case. Not the show couldn't end the neck as not in or they had a corner which are that you know a without a Aro in the con lago with the hat on the joe that not ne the net at nini the happy that a kind of need the netty cheated or $1 card. Only the better some the Washington card is only hard the sheet. I has on the area of a core education had many never connect or did actual but on some case did on lay larger some case did have another no yet he shall yet in that system but did no better start. Jag har aldrig nämnt presentan när jag är inte i och ahostje kunde så kom när nej kan hon nej Nico the now so that's what I learned about the Nevis National Shadik at the third term in the state that's a not easy, that's his name, I don't know. Watching the shine, clean her evening, the way is the boy need to sneak. So, I don't lay the ARPA, and the dog, a dog, best of a banana, The project in general, that, yeah, so we're ready to start. There's a thing about Nahita, and that's Navajo Nation's problem. They move too slow. I think they move slower than a sloth. Sloth, they have a few inches an hour. You got it, nothing. So Navajo Nation's beginning to move slower than that. We keep pushing. Nasi beso beto, nasi beso his another deutsche, on the back, and the nation, the snow, bedatico. Otto and AJ, that's what we're waiting for, is everything set up and done, and we're just waiting for the money to drop so we can get it all started. Otto, so yeah, we're still waiting for the transfer station. The project that we had, the major project we had, but we're waiting for the transfer station again to complete that. So the line withdrawal, that's going to be right there by the chapter house. So a transfer station starting date now. Estimates and all that start dorni. Right now, trash, we have trash services that we have from Clienta. And the pre-arts lay up in Hanat up 40. It's not one of those big dumpsters, Iggy. We sometimes have to pull it twice a month. I look at 1,800 for every pull. So we're looking at other places. Navajo Nation has that service too. And then there's one in Page too. So we're looking at other services to see where we can cut costs. But right now, our trash service collection is closed because 1,800 a pull, money bunched and nothing, it's all gone now because we have to pull it twice sometimes. So since the new fiscal budget year started in October, we depleted that already before by December. So it costs us money. So I told our chapter manager to start looking at, to start contacting Coconino County supervisor. And Lund County then he called to start not now Lena, but Hodina, Shane Judy. Whoever goes into the next, whoever the next county supervisor is going to be next year, we're going to start working with them. Shane, Fern, because part of our chapter is in Navajo County. So we got to start looking at those things beyond what our little chapter budget can do, and then start looking for funding from other sources for that. That's what we're looking at. The ARPA projects, again, they're ready. They did the assessments and all that, so we're ready to go with that once the money drops. We're also looking at the emergency, where I think President Nygren said that we never were out of the emergency declaration. We were never out of it. So we've been in this declaration the whole year since it was implemented. So through that, we didn't know that it was already a declaration. We never know, it was never rescinded. So, what I can report through that is that we have been helping the community already through, by providing wood. We have several people that drop wood at the chapter. The chapter, they drop off wood. Sometimes there are adam where it has to be chopped up, but most of them, they do bring it to the tractor already chopped up and just ready to be delivered. We have antelope tour companies, lay page the antelope tour companies, that they need the lower antelope and all that. A lot of them, they come by the chapter, and a lot of them, they bring a lot of wood. So we've been doing that throughout the summer, beginning of fall, and even now we still have people that bring that. We also were given a load of coal, so people come by to pick up their coal, those that utilize it. There's already there. Otto, our chapter manager is pretty good with being in contact with NDOT, because I've seen the graders out there. I said, we live in clay mud. So when it gets wet, I'm from the highway, it's a half mile, but I mud bog from my house all the way to the highway. I mud bog. We have to have four-wheel vehicles for that, just that half mile. And then I also feel for my grandpa my uncle that lives behind me. There's two of them, and then there's another residence that live behind us. They have to mud bog from their homes. But from the bottom of the hill up to the road, it's clay. So my sister has a tractor, my niece has a small tractor, my uncle has a tractor, and then my uncle's son has a tractor, so they take turns taking care of that road. So I had approached NDOT one time as individuals. If we want to repair the road, how can we get in contact with people that can give us gravel with the snow? They never got back to me on that. That's a good idea. Nobody ever approached us saying that, no. Because we'll be willing to pay, whatever cost there is, if it can be met. But, these are people that are elderly. My parents are elderly, my uncle is an elderly, and hospital, and sometimes we see we have to call the ambulance sometimes. But most of the roads in Inscription House, they have clay mud, most of them. And there's a lot of elderlies that live off the road. So we need to do something as a community. Because but how do they take care of those roads that go to them? Who takes care of that? And I see a lot of gravel roads in Juneau County roads, and I think to myself, how do they do it? Where do they get the money to do that? Because we need to do that on the Navajo Reservation too. Because some of these main roads, we could get the funding for it to maintain those or to even fix them. That's what I always think. I'm always thinking about these things, not only for our community, but for other communities too. Because like Shananini, Shakashaknita, Shananini, the elderlies, veterans, young people, no. Haitian politicians, they should young people, but do they help them? No. They have their own agendas and their own interests of who they want to help. We can't be like that. Just the nanny, the nanny, Cleto, Edi, then Hashin and Himasan and Hiche. Ado and the Dini, Hanano, Tani, Ado and the Hon Hantas, Bagiba, the Hudyata, no. Yes, that's what we value. We value people, but I don't see that. I don't see that. Ani hesa, Haitian hot on see Haitian, I'm late his nahas on the day. Late on top nas never written nahas on a good ada, or hot on days. But then we hit a wall. But me, share bohonot, bohonet Johnson, but Christy Dawkinson. If we at the local chapter keep holding on to working with one another to overcome that obstacle. Well, that's anything is possible. Anything. As long as there's people that have the same thought, that have the same goals, that want to work towards that goal to make it happen. Oh, so do you feel like but those are the projects that I look at. Those are the main things that we do talk about. There are other things that we talk about, like the crossroad. Crossroad. We're planning on putting the commerce center at that flea market, not Leahy. That's gonna house the chapter house, the Head Start, the senior center. That's what we're looking at. And then Red Mesa has that with the store and the gas station. But the old building, it burnt down, so we're looking at getting it cleaned up. And then right beside that store, we were approached by emergency medical to put a building there that houses the ambulances, maybe a fire station and police substation, safety building, public safety building, that when we asked about that, they said peso, researching all that to see how much it's going to cost to build that up. They're looking at the assessments, environment assessments and all that. Once they get those things done, they'll be looking at what kind of building is going to go up and everything. Land, it's already withdrawn for them. We passed a resolution to get that done. So could you go across, there's a plan that's being, we're looking at putting housing there. And then across the flea market, we were possibly looking at building apartments. We have a lot of our communities that commute off the roads. We have a lot of young people coming back in and that want home site leases, but a process is a long thing. So what we're looking at was possibly doing like apartment buildings to have some of our young people come home to live there so that they can commute to these places right from highways right there where the main track is. So that's what we're thinking about. So those are the plans that we have, some of the plans that we have. clinic, the Inscription House Health Center. We passed a resolution for them to go ahead and plan for a better building, a more permanent building, because the building that they have right now doesn't have a foundation. So they have ordered a X-ray machine that weighs tons to put in, but the floor, the floor cannot uphold that. So what they're thinking of doing is building a permanent building with the foundation so it can house some of that. We made a resolution, passed a resolution that they can't look at any other place except there to build, because they already have enough land that I see that they can do this. They're also looking at building an apartment style there too. So, for housing and stuff. So those are kind of some of the things that we plan to do and are looking for in the future. And hopefully, if I don't run again, the next person keeps on doing that. So that's all.
If we share this kind of information, N.O.S.T, that's our title. And that kind of information is available to everyone. We know what's going on. And I think our Club C should meet, like Naatsis'aan, Ts'ah, Shonto, even Oljato. That way we share information and infrastructure up on it, as you know, all things come through Club C, planning and zoning that would eat. So infrastructure is a big in this kind of discussions. And then, like you said, communication is a biggie, all the way from Club C, chapter officials, administration, council delegate. I believe we have a real good council delegate. And he's been really proactive with all the chapters. I believe he's real effective. Reporting by Shada. Any questions from the council?
Yeah, good. I don't go to the last one, let you I see. I can't hear the Naatsis'aan in a way that's a weekend. I see the house in the year. I don't go to the way down. I mean, the Ashlish. That Tino, who I got is Tindy. Kudo Francis cases at that. That yes, so again, not Tino Ashlish. Tom Platero, he is the acting director for Navajo Division of Transportation. So it again at meeting set the stage with the way down in regards to gravel and not taking out the Navajo deal. I could always hear that business. It's what I actually meeting set the stage with the now Mr. Platero. I don't know if it's emergency bowing, rate legislation 0018-23. That was put on the agenda as an emergency legislation. Could rate Honorable George Toll, the Eastern now. Emergency funds that were the declaration of the equivalent of $1,304,652.64. When I line in so. Well, I think it was on the way Tuesday, and it got on the agenda. For my region, the 4 chapters, there was a threshold, the copy of the legislation, 30,000 threshold. If a chapter has over 30,000, that chapter will get a $10. We'll get down to $0 for emergency funds. But under 30,000, so this Once again, you got on the floor, so there was an amendment sponsored by Honorable Jesus, Brenda Jesus. She struck out 1.3 million out of 3,850,000. So 35,000 per chapter. So I don't know the directive 10 days. The President Nigel sign 10 days. It's chapter. Based on which order the nation was so 35,000 per chapter. So you would have a last Thank you.
Okay, I remember it was under 30,000, but under 35. So hopefully the administration or your CSCs already planned out how these funds can be used. So okay, Shalit, so reporting lag. Also reports the Oljato. Naatsis'aan le kado number 9 the presentations presenters please email written report to NOST Secretary 10 minutes cut. So one, the NOST Region ARPA project update Division of Community Development. I don't see them here. Number 2, a NOST Region Transportation update. Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. And then 3, Pinyon Plain Canyon Mine Uranium Haul Route. Liana Morgan. Yeah, Advocate Cut. She's online, you know that stuff. You have the floor.
I'm sorry, how many minutes do I have?
10.
10 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. She'e torich eatni nishle tena bisni bashishi kia ani that she tohaglini that shanella. I don't know if you can see me or if you can see my screen. I was going to share a map. If I share a map, can you see it? Will you guys be able to see it on the screen?
Right now, we don't have the setup to display the presentation, but the meeting is being recorded and you have share rights. So you have the ability to share your screen, and then the individuals here will be given a link for the video so they can review.
Okay, maybe I'll just talk so it's not confusing. Yate She'e Leon Morgan in Shia. Did I already say my clans? I am with a group. We call ourselves Haul No. So we're talking about the hauling of uranium through Navajo Nation. And so today I just wanted to inform all of you. First, I want to say thank you for letting me be on your agenda. Otto, thank you for being at this meeting on a Saturday. All of you probably have family and other stuff and, shopping and things to do. So me too, this is what we do. So thank you for your work for the community. Today, I want to talk about the mine at the Grand Canyon. I can see all of you. And so I'm just wondering, you can raise your hand or however, maybe nod your head or not. But I'm wondering how many of you know about the mine at the Grand Canyon, the one that started on January 8th this year. Okay, okay, so none of you know about this. Okay, so I'm going to back up to the beginning. This mine, it's a uranium mine that got its license in 1986. And it's owned by Energy Fuels. Energy Fuels, it's a Canadian company. They also own the mill in Utah. So the White Mesa Mill, that's the only mill in the whole country. So this company owns both the mine and the mill. And they have been trying to start since '86. Our group started in 2016. One of our members, he's been watching it for more than 10 years and taking pictures of the mine and things like that. So in 2012, Obama, he signed a protection around the Grand Canyon. This was called a mineral withdrawal. So that mineral withdrawal, it stopped uranium mining around the Grand Canyon for 20 years. And it was almost 1 million acres. So everybody was happy. This was a protection to stop new mining. But there was about 11 mines with what they call valid existing rights. These 11 mines, they could still go forward even though there was this protection. So those 11 mines, some of them already are done, they're mined out, and some of them haven't started. There's one that just started on January 8th called Pinyon Plain. Okay, so I'm going to go back to 2012. When Obama signed this, it was only for 20 years. And then last year, in 2023, Biden made the national monument, and that was a permanent protection. So all that uranium was stopped forever, but some of the mines can still go forward. And so those mines that can still go forward, there's probably 3 of them that could start new mining. So we're watching this. Right now, one started, and the uranium they're taking out is called, they haven't gotten the uranium they want is high-grade uranium. So this uranium, so far they took out some, it's called low-grade uranium. And so they haven't transported anything yet. And I have some pictures. I wish you could see them. Our group, my colleagues and our friends, we are all volunteers. We don't get paid to do this. And so I think we're the only group watching the mine. So we go out there and we take pictures. And so we're the group that told Navajo Nation that the mine started on January 9th. So it started the day before, but our team didn't get out there till the 9th. Yesterday, one of our team members, he sent us a picture of a truck dumped over. And so the truck, it's not a truck, I'm sorry, it's inside the mine. It's like a tractor, or I don't know what the thing is called. It's, I don't know, like a caterpillar or something. So anyways, we're going to send this picture to report the violation. You know, we don't trust the mining company. And so anyways, I just wanted to tell you the mining company started, but they haven't transported. And so if they start, they don't have any requirements to notify anyone, really. The Forest Service will notify the Navajo Nation president, vice president, and maybe the EPA. But that information from the Forest Service, I don't know if it'll ever get to you guys. So I can email Mr. Curley some information. Each of your chapters can request from the Forest Service to get information directly to you. Right now, the Forest Service is just sending information to Winter Rock. And I don't know if any of you ever got anything about the monument or the new mine or the transport. I understand there's people trying to stop it. Maybe EPA and others in Winter Rock are trying to address it. But the report from Coconino County Supervisor staff, Lena Fowler, what she said is that it can't be stopped. And so the Navajo Nation has a lot of limitations in the jurisdiction because all the roads are US highways. So if your chapter passes a resolution opposing this, there's some things you can request from the tribe, like maybe to put Navajo police in some places, different things. So I know you already have a draft resolution, and I'll just stop there because I think the main issue is the transport will go to the mill. And so that's why we're trying to stop the mine. But if the transport starts, if anything gets moved, it's good for the chapter to request better protection, better containers, cleanup, stuff like that. And so you can pass one resolution now, and then if you want to do more, things like that later as you learn, you can still pass more resolutions. So I'll just stop, and if you have any questions, but yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. This topic is, I think it's real, it affects everybody, especially when you live in a community where your people are affected by cancer death. And it's real touchy, like, even with Chizania, he worked in uranium mines, not knowing what he was getting into. So, when you hear something like this, and even people that currently are suffering from the nuclear blowdown, they think that downwinders zaszą. Albo na Tube City area, albo Quebec, they beg się, Atlantic Island, beg się, cornfields at the Hadlamada. So we had some drillings here and there, and they're still exposed. I don't know if uranium was millings, I don't know if they're left behind, but pushed down Moonlight Mine and called Oljato mines. So I don't know how it's going to affect the roads. Like tip over to Ts'ah, if there was such an accident, who would clean it up and how much? They had to contain it somehow. Well, barrier does it, just wondering, see if there was such an accident, I don't know if there was a spill, how long is it going to take for them to clean it up? And the dust from there, it can travel miles. But we have a lot of winds. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the cleanup's not going to be like 100%. And then when it rains, I don't know where will it go. I mean, your mind can just keep going. It'll affect like the little creatures that can't defend themselves, like rabbits, squirrels, or whatever. Voilà, hej avanza kesho kudo benene if I don't get citizen be even in our songs and in our ceremonies that we keshe maybe banat the how called it either we that joy kudo but so is no but by a day and all the avanza kes or the I don't know, like, United States sort of made a checkmate from the beginning because the highways, they can put whatever they want on these roads. And no nation, I don't know how much say-so we have. Any questions, Jonathan, on the presentation? Mr. Manson, you have the floor. President Manson, I apologize.
I could see here the one I did do one sec here say we've been affected by the uranium. Japan's in the hospital. But growing up through that, I grew up in the world of science. So I've been researching it. What you were brought up to us that kind of woke me up so on this case of Hall Road, Ziggy, Tini, need that's what the subject came to be. Because I was thinking about that, and then I started researching how the regulation works. Yeah, there is a lot of stringent applications and regulations that has been adopted into how these are going to be delivered. Not only, I started seeing some of the on my internet, how they be delivered with that fuel energy. And then they do have a containment truck beyond that, just how long souls. So when you were showing your presentation on how the open belly dump, how the grasso in that didn't really, that's kind of an outdated drawing or something that was brought on. To me, that really didn't show proof that that is the way that they'll be hauled, because the way it demonstrated, the way it reads in the regulation, under, you got the reactor materials out in the waste. On the waste is where they list as transportation. But ought to be, there is a different regulation ought to be not so maybe we need to research out how these are going to be hauled to this day. It's got 2023, we're not going back to the old days. That should have been a lesson learned to this day. So we might have to do a little more research on it.
Thank you, President Manson. She's still online. Okay, you have a response, ma'am?
Yes, on the 23rd, there's a video, if you guys want to watch it on the YouTube. I put the link in the chat. The company, well, not the company, the Forest Service gave a presentation to the county supervisors. And so they were trying to tell them the trucks will be covered with tarps, and that the tarps are going to be bolted down and it's not going to spill. So it's kind of, their word against us. How strong are those tarps? Are they really going to keep the dust in? And so these are big trucks with about 30 tons of uranium. We think 12 a week. And on that video, they said they're only going to transport 28 months. And so the mining, they said I don't know, I don't believe what the company is saying or the Forest Service. So I think all of you can request information yourself, get the company to present to you. I think you should pass the resolution to oppose it, and then research the transportation. But the Navajo Nation has a law against transportation, no matter if it's covered with tarps or what. They say no transportation at all. That's the Navajo Nation law. No uranium mining. So it's the law that there's no transport. It doesn't matter what kind of containers. The Navajo tribe already passed that. But because it's US highways, the law, it's not, the tribe can't really enforce it. So asking them to do this and pushing them to do that, the tribe still has to demand this from the company. So these things, they're not in place, and the company, they don't even have regulations to tell you guys when the transport starts. So the other thing is to request advance notification, maybe 30 days. Right now, the Navajo Nation law only says 4 days notice. So yes, there's more information. I can answer more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Any other question or comments? And thank you for your presentation, Ms. Morgan. I'm pretty sure our secretary will share the videos and information that you're gonna email him?
Oh, okay, Lon, thank you very much. I'll stay on the meeting. Thank you for hearing the presentation today.
Thank you. Moving on down to 4. Okay. Okay, North Region Transportation Update, Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. Could be around lunch, and so I'll give the floor to Ms. Marjorie Begay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Chapters of Council Delegate Herman Daniel Region, Navajo Mountain, Oljato, Shonto, and Ts'ah. Good afternoon. I've been logged on ever since a little after 9 this morning. So we're here. As you know me, Yaha Margie Begay and Shia Ado Twohead leaning a Schlido last trip Bush's chain. Kia Ani dash Chedo de Belajan dashanelle. Out Ewig and Anki dash Nidole. In addition, I also have Miss Araya James. She is the Winter Rock High School National Honor Society student. She's also listening in on earning and working here with me today on volunteer hours. I just want to make sure that is noted for record. As I heard your presentations and so forth, but on behalf of Navajo DOT, I want to say thank you to Mr. Curley as far as sending out the agenda and the invite in the early couple weeks back. So thank you so much. That tells me that there is a meeting today and so forth. And I really do appreciate the online because of weather and not knowing if there's going to be another front over the past. I just wanted to log on and listen to you all and just provide a very brief reporting on this. So Navajo Nation, Navajo Department of Transportation does have a new executive division director who is Mr. Tom Platero. For some of you all that are aware of Navajo DOT years back, when we were just a department, Mr. Platero was the individual that brought us to being a division. He acquired the land and constructed, planned to construct the building that we are in now. And he really didn't have the opportunity to work out of this building. Just at that time, there was a change of presidential administration. After 14 years, he's back with our division. So he is currently, we are working under his initiatives. And you all know that Mr. Garrett Silversmith left July the 24th. And thereafter, we were assigned Mr. Chandler Willie. And of course, he left the latter part of or the middle part of August, and we operated on an interim. But now we have our executive director. So there's quite a bit of things that are happening from that part and on down into the different departments. Right now, he's very much evaluating all the departments within Navajo DOT and then really making sure that there's that structure of working relationship and the communication that needs to filter out and so forth. The Navajo DOT Q1 report, I just want to elaborate on that briefly. sometime back before the Western Agency Council meeting. Sent that all out to the chapters by email. I provided the handouts over at the Western Agency Council meeting in Flagstaff at the Coconino Community College. But in that, for those of you, just as an update, there is a completed project that happened in your region there, and that is N16 Inscription House. 3.5 miles was constructed, and the project manager there was Donald Jackson. And we're considering that as a closed area right now. I know that Cow Springs is a little bit out of your way, but it's still very much near to you. So I just want to say that in 6269 in Cow Springs area, and pretty much that was utilized under the road funds going back to year 2019 and 2020 road funds. 985,115,000 and then we really don't have anything slated for your region right now for projects that are under construction, which you are aware that's within the books that we had provided you all. Projects and design, we do have one under N221, which is under Shonto, Red Dog gravel placement, and that is under federal highways, highway monies in the amount of $63,000. And your project manager is going to be Wayne Williams. And do take a look at the books that we have, the reports that we have provided you guys. And if you have any question, by all means, I'm always available by email, and I believe that you all have my email address. The next thing that I want to share is we do have agreements with the counties, and currently we do have a IGA agreement with Coconino County, which is still in process, as well as Navajo County. I will do additional research because county did their reports and so forth, and I believe that you are owed listings of which routes or how the agreement is serving your chapters there. The 15 miles regional routes is an ongoing process with Navajo DOT Roads Department. It's still ongoing. I do believe that we might need to start reviewing your resolutions and to see if those are still the routes that you are looking to keeping on the 15 miles regional road blading service on a quarterly basis. So I will be in contact as we go along into the months. Yes, and at the current time, there's a lot of needs across Navajo. There are mud areas, 6, 8 inches, 10 inches in some areas. We are thankful for the moisture. We always want to get out. We got to get to work. We got to get to our essential needs, shopping. We need to get to getting our babies to schools and that type of service that needs to be done on a daily basis. So I do hear your needs as far as what needs to happen and getting from point A to point B and safely back. And we're trying to strategize as far as where operators are being pulled to provide in certain areas and so forth. As you know, Western Navajo Agency, we only have Ferdinand, Totachitni, and Mr. Wagner that's serving you guys' area, the whole Western area. So just bear with us, and And besides, it's really hard. It's really hard for all entities, all the DOT entities, to really put a blade out in those areas because tractors, large equipments can get stuck, or the white tires will really just get your roads more in a mud situation as well too. So you have a cut the see how that's when the operators like to get out there and start moving that. And then as the wind or the light wind or the sun coming out, they saw and making areas passable. And as of this morning, I went ahead and forward Shonto chapter, Mr. Small Canyon, by email regarding the Shonto's updated average daily traffic counts for all the routes that was done by Mr. Virgil Henderson. He forwarded an email with a whole zip file of that, and I went ahead and sent that to Shonto chapter. You have the NOST, and then see where all those updates of ADTs are at. And I did hear Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels as far as his report earlier. And it's really good to hear you, sir, if you can hear me, if you do hear me. And I wish you good health. I wish you good health in your endeavor as our council delegate from Western Agency and being there on behalf of your chapters. I did hear you say that you're going to be speaking with Mr. Patero. So I did put that in my notes here as I was going along, keeping some information together here. So and I will move that forward. And when you're going to make a schedule with him, I will leave that up to you. So really, in a nutshell, NOST chapters, I appreciate the time and effort, and it's always a pleasure working with you all. Thank you so much for listening to me.
So that's it. Shimakaro reporting that, and as always, of course, we still have snow removals. I was mentioning that on the hearing chapter, Shonto, and the calling it. Any questions from the audience, council, for the report? Council, then from the council. Here's reporting that there's no questions from the council.
Thank you, sir. And with that, since I've been here at the office all morning, I like to request myself and our student to be excused, and just asking for that. And I wish you all a wonderful rest of the weekend and be safe.
Okay, thank you. You're excused. Somehow I keep touching the knob here. Moving on the agenda. Number 4. Okay, number 4, LXV substation presentation. SEDC Arlene Ed Brown, board chair. You have the floor.
Yat eshat sulagodosha in anigi ado in dag kerosan dagi shade ado in da shiaj natsos izogi ado in da shiaj kodo nikiden igi nikitlan shigi ado adi izokagi hehekwa shadet ado she ya shantodo isinasha in shiagi e ya arlin in shia ado todich in shle ado in da forgotten ishe ado ketlachi ni etasha che do tapa da shanale hata e sannishle ako kwa e ya arts as a go shate ako asha kedogi belandashin shigi di kwaje shantoje nanish hanchadigi aje dan haisi Shonto Economic Development Corporation but the Nigo e hota e Shonto chapter bishon Danish ako belandashin shigi ya Vern kote board member ado inta shadeja Maybell donli kere sa ta e kota e tatni ego e dan haisi ako yat e nana ado inta kodo e altasago e dahosasni. Ako era e ka enhit ilot she le hostode ade she ilot ako kwa shasto. Ako she kero she altasago desito ado burn she kodo isi ni e ado le presentation gi hojo ya hodorne. So I will go ahead and I guess do the rest of it in English because Vern is non-speaking Navajo. So I will go ahead. Last night we arrived here and we slept over here with my family in the local area at Goulding's Lodge. And it's really neat to see development. And I understand that the Navajo Nation bought the development through the efforts of Shiaj Kodo Herman Daniels. And there's the market area, the laundromat, the gas station, the hotel, and also the gift shop and the museum. It's really neat. So we spent our night there. You know, in Shonto, we have the same thing going. We have a development going. Right now, we are working on a hotel. We're working on within that same area, we have a Shonto market. We also are going forward with a Shonto restaurant. We have a 10-acre site that we are working on for commercial development. And we are also had a trading post. The trading post has closed back in 2018, and we've been trying to reopen through some studies that are being required by the Navajo Nation. So and also, along Highway 160, we also have another store development that has closed down called former Black Mesa Shopping Center. We're also developing there, planning for it. So in all, I don't know, we have probably 6 to 7 projects that have land withdrawals and being approved for development, for economic development. So that's what we're working on right now. One of our greatest problem, I think this is in every community, and when we look at developments like this, the first thing we think about is infrastructure, power, water, sewer. And somebody here mentioned NTUA early this morning, talking about, you know, they have no competition. And so we met with, I've been on the board for 6 years now, and we have met, our board has met and had meetings with NTUA, the WAPA. We're talking about the power infrastructure. Our chapter president came to us and said, we can't talk economic development if we don't have land situated, we don't have power or water. So we have to bring that up first. And we involve our P&Z group within these discussions. So one of our greatest problems is the lack of infrastructure. You see here another presentation that's going to be behind us, and we do support this two hydro power plant. Those are part of the power source that are coming into our area. And also, just real quickly, before the pandemic happened, it ceased a lot of our projects. But before the pandemic, our chapter had they passed a supporting resolution for to do something with a substation in our area. This is off of Highway 564 going up towards the Navajo National Monument. That power substation used to power up the drag lines up at Peabody. When it closed down, it's sitting idle. So it's just not, no power is coming off of there right now. So all the western Navajo, going from Shonto all the way down to Coal Mine Mesa, some of these chapters, communities, are being powered by a small substation, which is located in Ts'ah Valley, right now, Longhouse Valley, there's a substation called Ts'ah Substation. So NTUA has a master plan. They don't share it with us. We try to tell them, can we tap into the Longhouse Valley substation? If we tap into that and make it part of the grid, if it's possible, feasible, it can power up all of Western Navajo, and that's the reason why we're here today. We wanted you guys to hear us and talk about it. Right now, NTUA told us that it's per project that they're gonna, add more. The only way they add more to the power system right now is to bring in, add additional transformers. And right now, during the winter season, even during the summer when the air conditioners come on, during the winter, all these heaters, you have rolling blackouts across the Navajo Nation right now. And it's like a Christmas tree analogy. There was somebody in Loop area had talked about the power system here on the Navajo Nation more like a Christmas tree. You add power, if you need it, you just plug in another one. Pretty soon, they start tripping out. So that's one of the problems that we have. So, yes, we talked to NTUA, we talked to WAPA. Right now, some of our projects, we went to, I'd like to thank our leaders, Marcia and Robert, being part of it. We're talking with the Department of Energy, Department of Interior, with some of our projects. They're helping us with grant writing to bring funding sources through the federal grants. So this system here, the power infrastructure is on there, but they can't touch it. They can't touch it because they said the community, the leadership within the area has to pass the resolution or somehow start talking with the utility company in our area. That's the only way they can do it. If they're agreeable, all these parties come together and agree and to do something with that Longhouse Valley substation, then we're able to find grant money for it. We need a feasibility study, and we're asking for support on that. And the last point I wanted to emphasize is it's election season. And during election season, a lot of our leaders are kind of backing off on some of these projects. Their support is becoming less and less because they don't know who's going to take over in their next position. So the handoff of these projects, it kind of suffers during election season. But I like to ask for support from our leaders, Shonto. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Vern to give you a better idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vernon Giva, and I'm one of the board members for Shonto Economic Development Corporation. And the things that our board chair has mentioned is true. There are currently 6 chapters being fed from the Ts'ah substation. There's Shonto, Navajo Mountain, Inscription House, Kagito, Red Lake, all the way to Coal Mine Mesa. And as you guys well know, you guys see the hotel being built there at the junction of Highway 160 and 98. When that hotel comes online, we cannot add any more load to the current infrastructure that feeds those 6 chapters. So all you chapters that have projects, how are you going to power that? The capacity on the substation at Segi is not large enough to accommodate that. So as Arlene mentioned earlier, the Longhouse Valley substation was specifically built to power the 2 Nevada coal mines. As we all know that the coal mines went away. And so now the substation, basically LHV we call it, is just sitting there idling. And as our board chair mentioned, we met with WAPA, asked him, what are you going to do with the Longhouse Valley substation? We asked the NTUA. We even went before RDC and explained the situation to them, but we just never really got anywhere. And prior to COVID, we were going to come before NOST to talk about this, but when COVID came, all the meetings went away. So it's been several years that we've been bringing this up, and right now the current plan by NTUA is they're talking about building a 115 kV power line from where the Sadie substation is up to Shonto, and they're going to put in a 12 MVA transformer sitting up there to tie back into the other chapters. That's their plan. That's their solution. But what we did was we shared with RDC and NTUA that this is our plan on how we can utilize that Longhouse Valley substation. We gave them drawings and showed them how to do that. The other thing that was already in place too was the catenary that used to feed the train that came from Page all the way to the silo. All they had to do was, that was a single phase 50 kV power line that fed the train from Page. All they had to do was put 2 more wires to that and make that into a 3-phase and hook the Longhouse Valley substation at the silo to that and put substations there, and they would have powered up the whole west. That was an easy solution, but it tore that thing down. So those are some of the things that we keep bringing up, but we don't seem to get any support. And I hear the Inscription House having all these plans, and I encourage all you chapters to go before NTUA and give them all your plans, because they have to do load studies on how much your facility is going to require of the power, and they already know that it's not enough. We in fact asked NTUA when we first were talking about the hotel, well, is there enough power on the current system to power it? And they said, yes, there is, but once it's powered up, you can't add any more load to it. So that's where we're really having an issue. And one of the things that the Longhouse Valley substation was, again, specifically built for the coal mine. The coal mine went away, so now there's a substation sitting there. We, the chapters in the Western region, should tap into it and utilize that. That's one of the infrastructures that was left over. And so that is where we're coming from. And one of the things that I really fear is that I think this project that's coming up next, I think that's where they're going to tap into that substation there on the market, selling their power that they're going to produce. That's what I think is going to happen. So that's what, I'm sorry, I guess that's it. So, but anyway, if you guys got any questions, come talk to us.
No more power.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think we killed the battery. Thank you, Shelley. And Vern, thank you for your presentation. Any questions from from the council? Oh, shut it.
Secretary Treasurer cannot come out. Is there, business, or other business, using NTA. Is there at Shonto Market, okay, housing, that, quality in the hello, yeah, there's gonna be more people there. She cut at the piece of the inside, one cut at the piece of electricity, the on, according to the transfer the guy at the chapter. I don't description has, I don't know how down. So that's what the hot Canada, the old automatic, the other busy shoes that English don't care. The electricity fund, the air, so has the step that doesn't happen. He was Longhouse Valley, on cottages, the place that makes a doubt that of the lake of the level. Just quite the open side castle. After this, or you, that, you know, that really. They're gonna have luxury there. You get any later answer of this is very important, electricity happening, we have local and non-national. What's that needs for contact translation, make a change and have them all. So that's probably a good plan. I thought that the settle earlier.
Oh, Shabbat, imagine, Kidi, I can speak on it. Mr. Hangiva Yahodneya, I don't show them what they're presenting. Here we saw that hotel on Yago. Once they flip the switch, everything downstream like Lee, Tonalia, coal mine. There's going to be no more development. Power supply, lately, several years back, Tuba City tapped into that same line. So power goes down to Tuba City. I know at the Longhouse Valley substation, it's empty. One goes down towards that way, Lee, Shonto, along Highway 160, Tonalea, Black Canyon, Coal Mine Canyon, up to the city. I know another one routes through Shonto. I don't know, Ts'ah Kendo, Kagito, I don't know Naatsis'aan. So quite mirror the hadith. I think he can as loud on it. No. So they even RDC or stand up with it. Mr. Hangiva Yahodne. So into it all, what good about it? We heard Shonto, they're going to start a electrical company, the lawyers ask. So though even yet we see this issue downstream of Shonto Hotel that evening. Yeah, the I said that is because RDC though with the high financial data, even the shit. Hello, medium, that's it, clean. A call. Since then, NTUA didn't upgrade the new power line. Going that route, but go without Shadaban shot that Hashita.
Okay, thank you. I think this is just an introduction right now because we don't know what you guys think, the other chapters think. If you want us to go ahead and do a resolution, a suggestion, and we can introduce it to you guys and then try to get the everybody on board and also start discussion with NTUA again and the WAPA and also the Navajo Nation and try to get this resolved because right now we are going to be at capacity with power once they flip the switch for the hotel. And right now, from the office of the president, they're being told ARPA money, they had NOST, all these projects listed. Yeah, we have economic development projects, but where's the power? Where's the power infrastructure? That's the concern that we have. So.
No, thank you, Shada. Good example is Chinle, that high school in Yadi at the junction. It had a liado, everything, the part of flipping liana, the whole place blackouts. So they had they couldn't start up the school until everything was upgraded from the main power source. Transformer, they had to upgrade it, and everything down the line had to be upgraded. Of course, I don't know if you're familiar with the electrical world. Transformer, they have to build it, manufacture it. That takes years, sometimes months. So in order to NTUA to see how much power is needed, everything has to be upgraded. So your chapter, I don't know what you have. I know what Supervisor Jaloya, you take the responsibility of how much power you're gonna need, water, don't you, your area. So that's what we did at our chapter. We're seeing that we need more water and sewer lagoon. Jordan sa kesa. And this is the engineers and they study those kind of needs. So his company, that's what they look at. So has coming and so there's a huge demand for electricity, and the biggest need, I think Mr. Hangiva didn't get to it because of time. There's all the electricity that used to go on top of the mesa that used to power the drag lines. Those we want to use within Western Agency. The Navajo Nation, they gave it to NTUA again. So I don't know what they're going to do with it. There's a lot of electrical on those lines that we can use. One of those lines, can you speak on that, Vern? On one of those lines that go up to the mesa, how much power is on there?
It's there's actually two power lines going up to the mine. They're both 69 kV, and there was redundancies built into the coal mine. And the main source of power going to the mine was from Longhouse Valley. There's two lines coming up to the mine. But there was also redundancy added to that system to keep the coal mine going if the Longhouse Valley substation were to say blow up. There's another line that comes from the Clienta substation that goes along the mesa and goes up. And that was the way we were going to power the mine if the Longhouse Valley substation went down. We did a lot of studies on all that, so that's how I know all the stuff is, how the system is set up. The other example of what happens when you don't have enough power in your community is they built a hospital out at, what's the name of that town? Belcom. They built a huge hospital out there, and the current system to that, the old system to Belcom was 24/9, just like the 6 chapters that are getting fed today from SEGI. That 24/9 line going to Belcon was not big enough to power the hospital. So they had to build a new line from the Bauchi all the way to Belcon, and that's a 69 line, KV line to power that Belcon hospital. That 69 KV line comes all the way back to Kieta. That's where it's getting power from. So the Kieta substation pretty much powers the whole interior of Navajo Nation. The Kieta, Navajo, Pinyon, Forest Lake, Chinle, Ganado, Witauchi, now all the way to Belcon. So that's how it's set up. So there's a lot of stuff, and these guys are going to be presenting that, and I kind of wonder how you guys can get power to your project, because they can't tap into the Kieta substation because that's already up to capacity too. Because like I said, it feeds the whole interior of the Navajo Nation. So the only way they can get power is probably from Longhouse Valley, because the power lines already go near where your project is. And that's how I think it's going to happen, you know. So, and if that happens, then you're robbing power from the communities to the west that need it. So that's why we're really adamant about, you know, we keep talking about this. Hopefully somebody will hear us. The other thing that it can also power is the proposed highway from Navajo Mountain to Oljato going up to Bears Ears. When that highway goes through, there's going to be economic development in that region, in the northern part of the San Juan River area. And that all NTOA has to do is build a 69 kV line from Longhouse Valley up to Navajo Mountain, and we power that. And then from there, you can come down here to Oljato, and you'll have enough power here also. Currently, you're getting fed from Kieta. It's a 24/9 also to this place. I was just watching it this morning coming over, so everybody needs more power, so, you know, think about that. And hit your representatives, and then also talk to NTOA, let them be aware of it, because I heard that in New Mexico somewhere they built a huge building and they couldn't power it because there was not enough capacity. So the building just sitting there without any power. So those are things that are coming up, and not only that, but also water. We need water, and the power plant, the NGS power plant, was allocated 50,000 acre-feet from the Upper Colorado River. Right here, we're in the Upper Colorado River region. Shonto is part of it, but up on the mesa, it's on the Lower Colorado River. And there's laws today that you can't exchange water between the two regions, lower and upper, vice versa. So I'm not sure how your thing's gonna work, you know, you have a lake up on top, that's the lower, and then the lake down below, that's in the upper. There's gonna be some, you know, challenges to that too, you know, so there's a lot of stuff that's available for the chapters. We have the water, we have the power, and that's why we're saying let's tap into that. And one of the things that was in the contract with NGS is that when NGS shut down, all the Upper Colorado River would revert back to the state of Arizona. But if you look at the maps, all that Upper Colorado River region is on Navajo. So it's Navajo water, not the state of Arizona. So those are some of the things that Mr. Daniels and his team and Winter Rock work on, you know. So there's a lot of stuff. I know I'm going way out, you know, but I just want you guys to be aware of it.
Thank you for shedding light on that.
Is that the number one reason why they shut down NGS? Control. That's all I hear is control. They want control. NTUA monopolizing. What are they going to use that power for? Maybe for this project. Who's going to benefit from that? NTUA. Who's gonna benefit and make all the money into UA? This is what I mean about monopolization of these entities that are supposedly supposed to be for Navajo. NGS was the #1 supplier. Why did they shut it down? Because I heard SRP is now kicking themselves for shutting it down, for not going on with the lease. As you do studies, coal-fired power plants are the #1 energy producers. They provide everything. Last year, Texas shut down because they had solar power and wind power, but they shut down. Our NGS was gone. Who made all the money? Oklahoma Indians with their power plant. They supply all the energy for them. I mean, some people may say I'm into the conspiracy theory, but you have to look at what the agenda is, what's the end result they want. They want to control Navajo Nation. Why? Because we don't own the land, it's just leased to us. We don't own anything beyond what, 3 feet? Or even, not even a foot.
Yeah.
What's underneath us? Yeah, they say sovereign, you have that power, you got that decision, but what they really mean is we're just gonna pat you on the back and tell you lies if you believe in it. No, we get whatever is under you. It's sad. To me, that's sad. Because I don't believe how sovereign that is. What are we sovereign? We don't make decisions. Whatever we try to do, we don't have control under what's underneath us. We don't have control on any of this. Oh, what did they say? They sweet talk us and then do whatever they want. We have to move as a nation. That's why I said Navajo Nation government is sloth, a sloth-moving government. We need to do something. Even if it's just us 4 chapters starting to rattle the cage, rock the ship. That's the only way change can happen. That's the only way people will start to hear us. Make our sovereignty to go down 1 mile down, way down beneath us. Make our sovereign hit the sky. We have to move. We can't just sit back and just let them do whatever to us. Take the land from the government. Let us not be under the federal government anymore. Let us really be sovereign. What that word means. My dad always says there's only one thing that is sovereign, and that's God. Other things, everything else on earth, it's just a word. No action behind it. So I challenge myself and you guys. As leaders, let's put action behind this. Let's put action behind this sovereignty that we're talking about. Let's really act upon it and say, hey, we are sovereign. You can't tell us. You have to come sit at the table with us and tell us what's going on. Shut it in the knee. I don't trust them. I myself don't trust it either. There has to be a reason why they're doing all this. Why are people doing things in secret? Why is it election time? The only time they come around and sweet talk us. Let's wake up.
Well, yeah, thank you, Shada. I think the point here is look at your chapters. what kind of infrastructure you have? When are you gonna overload your power and your water supply? Though roads, and they were always dealing with roads. So those are your basic infrastructures. As leaders, look at your, you might don't see it, but your power line might be coming off a transformer that you might be overloading soon. Think about those. And with that, Sue, you have the floor.
Just listening to this, I was just kind of wondering how this affects Oljato chapter here. And some of it has been brought out, but most of it is that could you build in the Naatsis'aan in the Welcome Center? Part of that is Utah Power. They are going to use the gas from blending. So we get some of that out of Kodego, So it seems like we're comfortable where we are right now for Oljato. And this support that this organization is asking for is more like from Shonto area, and that's the trouble we're having with this road project. It's like if you want our support our road, and we'll support you. Thank you.
I'm voting for you. So, thank you. Also, discussion though, they found the presentation. And move on to number 5, Chichinpito storage power plant presentation. Mr. Paul Manson, chapter official. President, Mr. President.
I'm Paul Hansen, no chapter president. Go to Shonto in Navajo, other Lislanet, the Shanada, other Shane, the Chief, other Akado, the Kadoina. In my down the world ones I was born here, but I was adopted and raised from my supervision, especially from my yearly on up to now. And since I became chapter president of July 2021, my chief Eugene brought it up to me. He says there's some people want to come and talk to you. So that's what I did, and so during that time, the pump storage project. Oh, sorry, I googled it up real fast, and I knew what it was. So I'm highly stable. And after that, we sat down and talked about what their idea was. And so this is a no-brainer. We could produce it. We know what without that, we're still in the planning stage. To this day, we're still in that same level. The very need water, and which is identified to this is on top of and elevation drop is 2,000 feet elevation drop. I'm gonna be the NOST area, and that's what he was talking about. Where he's going to get water, and then this is this is Upper Colorado River District, Lower Colorado District. So we did spawn it as a challenge. So we didn't bother that one. The surface water is not the way to go. So we start going down out of area. We did run across the problem again. Opposition's fighting over everything. So we found hydrologists. Right on the lower basin area. Battery. Oh, okay. Power off, yeah. Okay, that's called DD, like Vernon, the different laws that protects the land, and we found we can't go around it. So what we thought is going from the bottom to Chimitore down the in aquifer. We found out was going to be about 2,000 feet elevation to hit the in aquifer to Chimitore. Well, nowadays it's 4,000 feet. So we found it was better go from the top, from the bottom down to here. Anything that you towards Lemony, hard at that feet, because we can go 2,000 feet. But then we found opposition side of it. So we decided to go talk to one of the activists, or hydrologists, we were talking about what is a solution. He said, why don't you go to a sea aquifer now? So we found the sea aquifer was 3,500 feet below Chichimito. So that's when we started. We had to go below 1,500 feet below the in aquifer is when we hit the sea aquifer. So that's where we're going to go after that. So the top of here, you live around one day to sea aquifer, you're looking about 5,000 to 6,000 feet to hit that water. So we found that our challenge was to hit from there to there. And it's going to cost roughly, it was about $3.5 million to hit the water. So the developer says that's reasonable. Once you build the salt water out, and it's not consumable to human consumption. It's mostly for industrial use. So who uses a lot of that is this is Chola Power Plant, Chola Power Plant, and what's the other one? Coronado Power Plant, Springville generating station uses those for industrial use. Though some of the other ones are local. There is a municipal part of Blackstep. They use these either. So that's what we found out. So we found out that's a reasonable usage. And it is what we came across. And ideally, how it works is let me kind of explain to you so you can identify. Today, from Tucson to Montana, they put all these solars that they did. So during the day, it's producing a lot of energy off the solars. But once the sun goes down, nobody produces the energy. So that's the ideal thing is to turn that valve on. Water shoots down and hits the powerhouse. The powerhouse will start producing power all night long. So this is tied on the WAPA power system. So on the WAPA side, it's generating power all night long to balance the power grid throughout the western states. So that's the whole ideal thing is selling the power. But once the sun comes back up, all the solars take over, and that's when the price of electricity is low. When it's low, you buy that power to push the water back up to the top. So when the premiums are high, that's when you sell the power. That's the whole idea behind the theory of how this pump storage works. And a lot of people throw, what money are you going to spend? Is you're going to use the money to go back up? Then once you explain the different costs, then okay, then I go get it. So that's the whole idea behind it. And we call that Chichimto pump storage. There's going to be 100 acre on the bottom and 100 acre on top. And we're going to use to start out, we're going to use 6,000 acre feet of water. And then from there, evaporation is going to be about 6%. We figure it's going to be about 500 acre feet is what we'll have to replenish every year throughout the whole time. But during the same time, the ideal thing is to put the solars on top of these ponds as a floating solars to reduce the evaporation and also generate power during the day. And how much power it produces on it? These are 100 acres each. If you look at the substation, the solars in the El Capitan, that's on 100 acre first one and 100 acre. So it hits on 200 acre, which is equivalent to. So you're producing 55 megawatt of power on just by the solars. But the itself, again, is producing 750 megawatt of power. So you're roughly producing about 800 megawatt of power throughout the whole thing while it's operating. And I think what else did I miss? I misunderstood. Anyway, during that time when I said we're going to probably put the pump will be pulling the sea aquifer heat, or we're looking at I think that they're going to try to permit for about 3,000 acre feet annual, and out of that, 500 will be used for these, and the 2,500 acre feet, yeah, so that's the opportunity to our Shonto to develop some kind of economic plan. How do we use that water? And what can we use with salt? We do some desalinization. What's the byproduct? Salt content. You know, it could be road salt, there's a lot of opportunity. It's just like the way you guys are talking about. It's an opportunity. I'm heating and who's going to do for us? And at the end, the nation will be the one making the money. Okay, our job as our chapter, we have to change our government so that we can be like you guys. We have to develop a tax base so we can be able to tax the power plant. That's the whole idea behind it. We're not going to ask for freebies. We're going to work hard for our end too. And we want to develop a municipal city. That's a Shonto. I said right now what we have, 0 store. We don't even have one. so we don't have anything. We don't have a restaurant. We don't have, I think we got 2 people that sells burritos on the side. That's as close as we got as an economic plan. And that's the whole idea behind it is to bring the economy to the nation. And I think the potential talk that we are going to be partnership, the partnership between the investor and now the nation is there. Intech is talking, and we want to open that opportunity and dialogue so that the nation can be able to have a bigger bulk of money. No nation had no ownership into it. I think that time, we received $40 million, and the hope we received $40 million, something like that. Anyway, there was something like whatever the revenue that we should get from them. As an owner, what do we think about it? Now, the money is a lot bigger, and we don't know. We just got to figure out how the nation doesn't waste the money. We'll find out bigger and better opportunity. Right? Is what we're asking the nation. But so we want to open an opportunity. I think the pump storage itself is a great opportunity for everybody. Okay, so one more minute.
One of the things that I want to bring out, Page Power Plant, one of those smokestack, 750 megawatt producing. This one here is how much power it's going to be producing. Also, the environmentalist, that's not true. All the way down to Shonto. It's going to be flattened out. No, that is not true. That's your chapter, not ours. It's any chapter. That's all we're allowed to work, develop on. It's going to cause genocide, Dania. It does not cause genocide. Page Dam, Page Dam, it has a river, it has a water. This one is just using the elevation, the same system that Page Dam has. That it's nothing foreign. The idea came because in 1963, they started the Clean Air Act. In 1977, it was amended. 2020, the Biden administration said, let's do Inflation Reduction Act that they need. What that means is in 2050, they want to do away with half of the fossil fuel that is being used. it was brought on people like you that are leaders to start getting ready for it. Ways that we might be able to have power when all the powers that are being produced from fossil fuel are done away with. That's all it is. We ask you guys to learn more about this. There's no carbon emission anywhere. It's zero carbon. It's an ideal. No, it's not going to happen. After this is over, I'm going to tell you about the hydrogen. Thank you.
A question, go ahead.
For people like me that don't know much about electricity or what 750 megawatts means, I just want to say that 1 megawatt can power 750 homes. Okay, so depending on the average size of the house, so if you multiply that by 750 megawatts, that's about 500,000 plus homes. So that's the thing I want to talk a little bit about, because when this is explained to me, that's the only thing that comes into my head, and I don't really listen to the rest of it. When you put it in terms that people can understand, I think that would be people like me, not the average electrician, or all I know is I plug in whatever I need into an outlet, and if it works, there's enough power. If it shorts out or something, then there's something wrong. Whatever that is, I don't know. So when we are talking about some of these things, that's really what I'm listening for, something that will communicate to the person, an average person like me, what this means. I've been asking for this at all of the places that I've been to let us know what you mean by 750 megawatts, or what do you mean by 1 megawatt. So for me, that would be beneficial in explaining some of these things. And the other is, I wanted to touch on international trade. So business ventures in any capacity requires that a nation start trading something internationally for it to survive as a nation. In this case, the whole world is currently looking for power in a lot of different places. And so they are venturing out and trying to find these places or communities, in this case Navajo community, to provide some sort of energy sources to others outside of the nation. So I believe most of this power, I don't know if it's going to be domestic, meaning in the US, or if it's going to be shipped out. But even within the Navajo Nation itself, as a nation, us selling power to the US could be considered international trade. You know, somebody here mentioned that we don't have sovereignty, but at some level we do in terms of business. So if you look at all of those and I guess a full picture of that, this is a source of revenue to some degree, as Paul explained. And I think whether we like it or not, at some point in time, things will happen. It's just a matter of how fast we get to it and who's going to win the race, so to speak. And the other portion is when we talk about health issues, all of these, we need to consider that when we're making deals with these entities. How is it going to affect our people? These are intangible things that will eventually cost us more money in the long run. So if we're only asking for a minimum amount to be paid to our nation, we're just looking at dollars. We need to look at how it affects the health and the environment of some of our people that live in this area. So when we talk about that, that's something that should be at the table. Like, yeah, we're okay with this amount, but we also want you to consider what happens if, you know, some things fall into the air and it comes down at such and such a place. If you remember NGS, you'll see like that yellow haze, but at the same time, it provided 500 jobs for Native Americans. But what are the health effects of that? And I think there were some studies done in where soil samples were taken, and there was a lot of heavy metals in it. So, and that effect in turn is something that people are still studying. But so when we look at these things, and I know that, yeah, we want them to have the safest route possible. And this goes back to the uranium issue as well, but I'm going to stay off that subject. The way it's transported, the way that it's covered, we want what is current and modern for that time, okay? Just like the transportation of the uranium. What the company had proposed was a tarp cover. But there are things out there that could be a capsule. That's what we would like, you know. If this portion has some sort of adverse effect on humans and it's known worldwide, how can we mitigate that risk so it is less? So that would be some of the questions that I would have.
Let me kind of explain the 750 megawatt we're talking about is an enormous amount of power. It's not enough where you can carry extension cord around, but this is a lot of energy. And how much the Navajo Nation uses, probably very little. And so this is an international market. And you sell the theory. And the powerhouse is going to be underground, 100 feet below Earth. And then that's where the powerhouse is going to be sit down. And the same places where it converts pump house to power energy maker. So it's designed to operate in the same spot. And the power line that we're talking about that we're going to be using is a walk-up power line. It's the West Baby Ross Hutchins, yeah. I think it's right before you go between Baby Rocks and right before Church Rock. There's going to be a place they're going to tap and use that line to follow that all the way to the San Juan substation that closed down. That's the one they want to convert to use that to as a powerhouse. So that's the whole idea. But as far as locally, we'll be using the transmission line coming in from the San Juan power plant there. That's one option. That was the beginning part of and just recently, we've been approached by APS. Shouldn't they be like a 500 kV line, 500,000 volt power line? We really want that power. So the demand for this market is, it's a big demand. So hey, yeah, we're not trying to solicit for a buyer. So there's a demand for who wants clean energy. And so it is there. And how the side effect, I worked with electricity for 30 years, directly right into the line. I haven't been affected that much yet, other than that I'm here, and I think Vernon's been working with it for a lot of years, and the whole place, I says, is encapsulated underground, and the only thing you'll see is the ponds, and you can see 3 wires coming out of the ground. That's going to be tied into the 230 kV line. You'll have your little substation that'll be underground. Your generator and your transformer station will be all underground. And there, the only thing you'll see is 3 wires coming out.
Yeah, my question is, how is it gonna tie into the 230? What substation is it gonna use?
It's gonna use the San Juan substation. It's gonna follow that route, but they're gonna build a new line.
So you're gonna build a new 230 line from there to.
From there to, yes, all the way across and then.
Or from there to the Chintley to get on the 500 gig.
Yes, and that
one.
Yes.
GPS owns.
Yes, because that's the one there, if we go that route, then they're looking at the four corner, that's gonna be closer down. And that's the other option they're looking at.
So they're not looking at using One Lost Valley?
No, that's too small. Yes. Yeah, that's considered pretty small.
I have a question. Is this unit being used or utilized anywhere in the US?
There are 24 of these. There are 24 of these that are operating in the United States. And my church, he's been through one of them, and he took a tour. And I always ask him to take me over there again. So actually, yeah, maybe you can explain where you have taken the tour.
Thank you.
So word out.
Okay, thank you. Very similar to this several months ago, I took a trip up to Oregon, Adonai, Washington, Goldendale, Washington. So I Goldendale, Washington.
Yeah, like Washington, California are probably one of the strangest environmental places that you're going to be at. So they're not going to build no gas burning power plants. And that's one thing I can tell you is that it's as clean as you can get. And I think we have one gentleman that works up in Cabin Creek, 50 miles outside of Denver. He's just overhauling some motors over there. And that's what he said, he's working on the same one.
A lot of time, they build this facility right next to the ski area. So it's very clean, and there's biodiversity looks great there, and everything is natural. It's put back into a natural state. All it is drill right through the earth, and it comes back out on the bottom. So you don't see the pipeline anywhere. The only thing visual is the two pond. The two pond underneath, there's a cement all the way out like that. And then there's a big fence around each pond right there. Out of the floating solar panel on both of them that will minimize the loss of water to precipitation, transpiration. So down on the bottom, you will see a little bit of what you see up there. All it is there's two mechanisms right on top of each other. The water hits this turbine right here that causes that turbine to turn. And as it's turning, on top of it, there will be a generator. That generator is the one that will be producing the electricity. It's very simple setup. Remember when you were in boarding school? Those yarn threads, that works pretty much the same way. Out on that, there's a transformer right next to it. The word storage. This is where you store electricity. Lade ina ragi at sin ish. Opetlant dela at it's electricity. Dini hikwa nagi otsan ish. Opetlant dela in the storage. Until it's ready to be used, they'll be taken out to the power line. Well, there's no emission out there to be scared of. There's no health risk to it. That's very clean. It will produce water. The water that it will produce comes way below the aquifer. In aquifer, quite one that's a come. Now, but that could you see aquifer. Nobody uses it on the Navajo Nation. So she and 20 years old, no, nobody uses that. That's a lie. That's a lie. So it'll be brand new water that'll be pumped up. We're going to use it. Roots, Tino, those neatly, Kudiki, Kade, the Kudek, Tin, they people, those still. We had to take a snowmobile up there last winter. That's how we got around up there. There's no roads up there. Nah, but what's this? It will provide broadband, grazing, auto jobs, agriculture. How is that going to create agriculture, you might ask? With the new water that comes out that's not potable, I'm going to set up a purification plant. It will be provided to the permittees. Again, that's how good that water we're going to turn into. Of course, the economic development and the biodiversity that I already talked about. Of course, there's a lot of benefits to it. We met with the NTUA the other day. The NTUA says, as long as the chapter owns it, we cannot support it. Of course, if the nation is getting the revenues, we'll support it. Of course, the nation will receive the revenues. And the enterprise, once this is built, or before it's being built, let the chapter run it and hit it on it. The Navajo Nation is going to be there. I'm the big boss. I get it. Should love the snow and the shadow, but I want this much to donate. I mean, that's the way all the enterprises are. It's being run right now. There's no health risk to it. And then the closest one they have is in so right now, if we don't build this, we do not build it. Naatsis'aan, another opportunity that we lose. Who's going to build it? The Lagana, Lashuto, Ajaplandi knows the Tandito. I don't need only Nanas Netole. We might be able to get a janitor job over there. I don't know. But we have an opportunity right now to say, let's do it this way, let's do it that way.
7:50.
Okay, like I said, I consider this as my pilot project because I think every chapter has an opportunity to build one, try one, and build one. That's what I say. It says, because if we don't try anything, or if We have a lot of kids with a higher education. Where are they? They're making money, millions of dollars for some other corporation off the reservation because we failed to develop the economy for the futures of what I see. Oh.
As far as Oljato chapter, we did a supporting resolution for this, and we did say that we're going to support it. But I guess just for the group, one thing in their presentation is just out of curiosity, what was the startup cost for that? The startup cost, just looking at that, and the whole total Kona Kaya Ongo, do yo jo kata go Kaya what I go not Nilti Honda Nahakad Hidakadle. How was the geological aspects of this project here? The maintenance, is there maintenance? What's the maintenance cost, and what are you looking at as far as you were saying that million that is generating? Is there cost that you're looking at that's going to be impacting the project? Yeah.
Hakushina, yes, that's what they call a preliminary studies, yeah. The permit that was put in with the Federal Energy Commission, yeah, they applied for the permit. Permit is that's what they do. Where Hashit Gagi the Bolando, and Sons of the Ishikida Tina, and then they also going to do the ground studies. Where is the land can last 100 years if we put one in there? They're not, because investors put in billions of dollars into it. They don't want to lose that money that they put into it because they want to make money off this project, yeah. They don't want a failure. And that's what they're after. So for us to find the cheapest way to do it, who's the one that's going to lose are the investors. So they're not going to allow us to let this thing destroy itself. So that they want to make the millions over the years. And that's why we're interested in the nation being a partnership. Because why can't the Navajo Nation be in the billions with the other billionaires?
Based on the new adult individual nomination join there. Ako Joan Sa Keso, but it other on Ts'ah. So present was an agency job on Hiosna. The regional national agenda see ako present Hiosnadi, had it other, had it other, and the best of reaching all Oljato. Instead of just on the home. In other area, now nation. The Hishai, John Kid, Jashin, the Havan on this throughout the nation, but Joe quite in the Hishai, Joe quite wants this kid.
Oh, you hit the nail, Dishi, me not on the Lindo, not Chinchikation, not on the Lord Livia. They're the one that's going to have to develop those trust funds, yeah. That's why Arizona, we don't have no trust fund because someone didn't thought about it. And I think that's the biggest thing is we need to develop a knowledge of Utah, not just we can have something started, but we also need people that are in the thinking of the leadership. We need to develop a trust fund that we never developed. No, it's what we look for.
Jono, Baha'i, that is true. Right now is the time to create that. Vern very well understands this. I've been in a fight with Peabody most of the time the 36 years that I was up there. 24 years I led the union, and 13 years I worked with the management. But during that time, I was constantly in a hearing with them. So I understand what is happening, but not this kid, before the nation approves it, okay? We're already there. We're the one that's gonna actually develop these things. Our attorney, Mr. Rob Begay, he says, I'm not gonna say yes until I know all these things are done. He is right. He is right, and I like the way we're working with him to make sure that the funds, we get to use it right here locally. Remember how Peabody was doing it? They were paying royalties. That royalties was so low that it was like a poultry crumb. Poultry crumb is when you eat crackers. Yeah, yesterday I had crackers at noontime. Crackers too young. You can't help it, but you lose some right here. That's all it is. And we should be able to use it locally. There's only a few jobs there, no economy in Chichimito. How many jobs do you think there is in Chichimito? Fern?
81.
No way! 26. 26 jobs in Chichimito. 17 at the school. That's not acceptable, folks. Unemployment is not acceptable. No more. Even as a leader, what is our chief role? Is to create economy for the people, to create jobs. With your help, with your vote, we can change that community.
Tuesday night, I was over in Winslow. A lot of people came in and they were saying no to development and doing industrial park there. And where would I move to and how is it gonna go down industrial so but that's the question. What are we gonna leave as leaders for our children? What kind of development, economic development that they know by and I think that we should give this a chance. It's just one spot there. It's not like a whole row of spots that the NGOs are talking about and going from chapter to chapter to have them oppose it. So, the water rights, look on the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission website. We have on the 29th, starting Monday, we have meetings. Hopi got, they asked for a lot of water. They didn't get but a third of what they requested. How much water are we gonna get? Let's get on 2013 and the Northeastern water rights with the LCR, Little Colorado River. So, the council vote down the because a lot of the environmentalists fought and let them know why the council didn't read the water rights is my question. I opposed the environmentalists, I said no. So because a lot of them won't read that 100-page document. A lot of them won't understand what it's saying. We need that water. However, it was voted down. So Kadeya is in litigation. So that's why we're going to have the water rights meetings starting on Monday. The first one is at the museum at 9 a.m. Navajo Nation, Ado Ganado, and then the second is Chinling Penyon. They're from 9 a.m. to 12 is the first ones, and 2 p.m. to 5 are the second one. On the 5th is Kayenta and Tuba City. And on the 9th is Delcon and Loop. And on the 12th is Rough Rock. Igen, istahazna do njrumboyen, istahazna hashi, a course na nashtaho. Listens, though I went home to look at the water rights document that was given to us. No, how much water are we gonna get? We were gonna get a major part of the Navajo aquifer called an aquifer. Sea aquifer, a coconino aquifer, a yadokonja. And that's what they wanna go ahead and use because Navajo aquifer, Yego is pristine water. It's even better than the bottled water that we are drinking. Honorable Herman Daniels, when you considering the water rights, you know, if we don't get enough water, then how are you gonna use your water? Shinki that needle list. Tag ahead the all the hadi is nutritional. Ado and the deep to the house kaneko do ba the hayanda. Navajo Nation in the condition. The Peabody, the water at the house condo list, empowerment sadaliagi, binti. Bahol Shijoshin, Hajo cleaned that old list. Ado Toy and Lego Ya and Naatsis'aan list. Navajo Nation in Hisnadota. Nobody is gonna take care of it. There's gonna be no maintenance. Hadasha maintenance banamkai. We haven't seen you do maintenance. We can do our own maintenance as the local people that even this is water that can be embedded to the Navajo Nation water rights. We need these kind of projects, and this is only one project. It's not all along the mesa as they have drawn out. And they were the same ones, the offsprings of the same ones who got the council to vote down our water rights in 2013. Thank you.
Koshina, guess I should have.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the questions, the comments. On the other, overall, it's how we're gonna do this project. It is environmentally friendly. Although, as you know, with Navajo Nation, the revenues are going down, and now they really don't have a plan from the Navajo Nation side. All the resources that I has come, there's potentials here, and I like the idea. Western Agency, Western Agency, 18 chapters. I don't mean to be okay. The creative chapters, basically, I would agree with that. But, I mean, if you look at Peabody Coal and Navajo Generating Station, use of fund, that was a huge revenue for Navajo Nation. But Hodges, Celine, it covered the whole Navajo Nation. Something to consider, but going back to the agenda, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to number 10.
Sure.
Council meeting, sorry, Vern. Kadoa, I'm gonna move down to number 10, resolutions, action items. Number 1, again, Mr. Secretary, can you read the resolution to the record, please?
Resolution number NOST 2024-027-001, approving and supporting the Navajo Nation Council legislation 0255-238 and action relating to the Napigiatic Committee and Navajo Nation Council, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation's Council Resolution CO8523, and act amending Title 26 Nomination Code to allow for virtual attendance at chapter meetings with amendments to include all agencies and regional council meetings. Sponsored by Chair.
Okay, is there a motion, Council?
Motion.
Motion. Are you motioning or?
Motion, no,
It's comments and questions there, Canova. Motion by Mr. Willis McGee. I'll go second by Sue Marietta Tony. So, Dave, I'll open up for questions and comments. Mr. McGee.
Yeah, resolution other kiddos.
Well, okay. So you're the motioning party. Do you want to quite combine those things? Secondly, in Shitsu, to combine all the resolutions for approval. That's resolution 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So the motion is to combine all the resolutions. Motion party, N.O.S.T, second by secondly, Naatsis'aan. So at this point, there's no questions or comments.
So do you read all the resolutions for record purpose?
What was that?
I said, so read all the resolutions for record purposes. 2, 3, 4 on that, read it into record, saying that we're gonna do action on all 6 at once.
Okay, is that?
Oh,
okay.
I think that for the record. I don't know what is at the end of.
Okay.
Go down.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Okay. Resolution number 2, NOST 2024-027-002, approving and supporting the updates to the NOST Regional Council's plan of operation and requesting the approval of the Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Nomination Council. Number 3, 2024-027-003, supporting legislation 0221-23, amending resolution RDCAU-32-20, rescinding resolution number RDCD-105-18, and approving the grant of right-of-way and leases to Arcadian Infocom to rescind the Navajo Nation's consent to the development rights provision. Number 4, NOST 2024-027-004, opposition to the Energy Fuels Pylon. Oh, I'm sorry. Chair, I was gonna say that, number 4, we're gonna, if I could update, I received an updated resolution, the wording and the heading. Okay, so do you want me to just read the new one?
Cool. Well, the way it's written, go back to the motion party.
So I got an updated resolution for number 4, for the heading. And I was sent that earlier this evening, or earlier this meeting. So I didn't know if you want me to read the new resolution, or do you want to go ahead and approve the old one?
It's just the heading that's changed.
The heading that changed was some of the items
The other
in the
things are all the
resolution.
same.
A majority of it's the same.
Okay, I guess go ahead and read the new one.
Okay, second party, is that okay with you? Yeah. Okay.
All right. Number 4, the new title of the resolution is going to read NOST 2024-027-004, opposition to the Energy Fuels Pylon Playing Uranium Mine and Transportation or Uranium through Navajo Nation and Diné communities, and requesting the Navajo Nation President, Navajo Nation Council, and the Governor of Arizona to shut down Pylon Plain uranium mine and to prohibit transportation of uranium. Demands the Navajo Nation President, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Arizona Governor, state legislators. Oh, my bad. That's the wrong one. I'm sorry, hold on real quick. Let me grab the right one. I thought it was it.
Yeah.
Okay, the opposed Energy Fuels Pylon Plain uranium mine and transportation or uranium through the Navajo Nation and Diné communities, and request the Navajo Nation President, Navajo Nation Council, and the Governor of Arizona to shut down Pylon Plain uranium mine and to prohibit transportation of uranium. That's number 4. Number 5, NOST 2024-027-005, approve and supporting the economic development through Chibito Pump Station Hydro Power Project. Number 6 is to number 6, NOST 2024-027-006, approve and support the emergency plan of operations for the NOST region.
Okay, to the resolution, it was read into the record. So now, combined and yeah. So, are there any questions, comments?
I think we added that NOST region emergency operation plan.
So number 6?
Number 6, okay.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Then, let's put the motion to vote. Do the roll call vote, Mr. Secretary.
Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Thank you. In favor. Trisha Blackhorn?
No, she's not.
Oh, Ella J. Badani, how do you vote?
So, are you voting green or abstaining or abstaining?
Okay. And then Willis Begay, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Marietta Bedoni, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Roland Small Can, you can't vote. Marcia Gray Eyes, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Robert Black, how do you vote? Okay, thank you. Geraldine Chi, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. I'll vote in favor myself. With that, Chair, I have a total of 7 in favor, 1 abstained, 0 opposed. The Chair not voting.
Okay.
7, 1, 0. Right? 7, 0, 1. 7, 0, 1.
Yeah. So the motion carries with the vote 7-0-1. Although Chair not voting. So the next item on the agenda is number 11, next NOST Regional Council meeting. FY 2024, Saturday, April 6, 2024, hosted by Shonto Community Governments Chapter. And his sponsor, the Shonto. Number 12. Mr. Yazi.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Resolution. Foundation is Sunday. Yeah, sure, they know that he's so. Is the art case of Sunday out, the care to behind them. Area, for the Sunday, the 24th, they all artists, or something to slash or to sneak. Any about the Sunday, so you should sneak fortunately, independence, and we have not in a shana, not answers to it. There's a there, not the N.O.S.T. Any of the stuff.
Okay. Oh, thank you, staff, for your comment. Nana announcement say I died and the information is available in front of you. So I'm not going to cover that. Although last item on number 13, adjournment. Motion by me. Shade. Joe Chi, and second by Chitsu Marietta Boni. Those in favor of adjournment, time, so we 3:01.
Those in favor, raise your hand.
The motion carries, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Chair not voting. Want to introduce?
Introduce her. Heather, our motto, our motto. She's the principal here. This is the first time the school has had a Navajo principal. So it was San Juan School District here at the school. So beginning of the school year, and then thank you for giving us this, the room to have this meeting. I didn't know DA have got specific message and then ABC.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us use that facility, John. John, principal, usually we have a hard time at Shonto getting principal but you're here and you open the door for us. I don't kind of even setting up the chairs and all that. Thank you. You have a real nice school here. And I wish the Oljato chapter kind of incorporates the same design for their chapter.
We are, we've got a big window that's gonna be on the side.
Yeah. Maybe Mount Valley can incorporate the design for any new building to make it look like this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys all for joining. Again, the end time is at 3:01 p.m. So you guys have a wonderful day. For those that have a resolution, I will go ahead and send that over to you guys via email once you sign them. You guys have a wonderful day.